We're, wow, I don't like that. Oh. Be quiet or the screen's gonna be on you.
So whoever's talking.
Mm-hmm.
Or shuffling paper.
Yeah,
they're staying. Wobby doing that all day. Just stick it on there, I don't care.
All right.
Call the meeting to order. We'll begin with the pledge of allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This is our first day of our budget work sessions. We have scheduled 3 days, Tuesday through Thursday, 8 to 4, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. I don't know if we're gonna take all 3 days or not, we'll have to see. But I thought we were going to begin with a few changes that we had. We want to go over like the totals, the changes on the totals too.
Yeah.
Okay, on page 10.
You should all have a new copy of, if you, on your paper packet. If you look at, I think it's at the very bottom, you'll have some pages to request to replace. Yeah, because I made those changes, and so you'll need to replace those pages in your book with those pages.
I know.
Oh, were they not all punched?
Well,
Sorry.
you can just place them.
Oh, okay.
You should have them on your desk, the ones that were sitting there for you.
Yeah.
Okay, those are punched, yeah.
Okay, on page 10, county extension, it's just a error in the form, I guess. The total was 155,502 instead of the 250 some thousand. Then on page 12, county council, it should be 60,170 total. Again, just an error in the formula and totally. On page 14, commissioners, Williams Hill Senior Citizens, it's a 5, it should be a 7,000. And then I was thinking on the ambulance service, instead of 215, it should be the 406.05
Yes.
that they had requested.
And where does that capital go?
The capital will go into, I'm assuming the
Lit public
Lit
safety.
Public Safety
Lit public safety.
Commissioners.
And what was the?
And then we can,
Was it what was the amount again? I can't remember, got to that page.
for 406.05. And that would make the commissioner's total of, on page 15 would be 2,357,207.
What was that total?
2,357,207. In animal shelter, page 16, 75,000 should be 35,000.
And then we're moving off of the county council, the 10,000 to Riverboat.
Right,
What page was that animal shelter?
16.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were removing the consulting services 10,000 from county council to, or from this, county council general to Riverboat.
So we went from 215. So we added, so we're doing plus 1,000.
Do we need to add in that, I mean, I'm just curious, that animal welfare and education has 0.
They did not request money. I did not get a request.
And Ride Solutions, do they know they have to request? Did you send them a? Okay.
I did not send formal invites because I didn't have contacts for everybody, but it was advertised in the paper for 3 weeks and on our website from the beginning of July. And it's probably still on our
I
website.
was just curious, because basically the whole board is new. It's just one person remaining on there, so they probably don't know that they should do that.
I do have a total for county general total. Did you want that? 6,879,534.
Can you say that slower? 6,
6,879,534.
Where's this at?
That's the total county general that we just did. It's on page 24. After Parks and Recreation, your total county general would be 6,879,534 with those changes.
Yeah, because I hadn't, you'll need to adjust that total because I hadn't put in the hospital change.
It's just a total of all your
Okay,
county general.
I think my papers.
I put it on page 24 because that was the last Department of County General, Parks and Recreation. I just put my total down there.
Okay.
I mean, we don't really need that, but I guess it's good to have. but- Then I guess our next change would be on page 37. Local Income Tax Public Safety Commission. And I just put what the hospital requested for capital equipment on the 44,500 line. 460,500.
What's that?
460,500. Did you have a sheet up on that?
Huh?
Did you have a change sheet on that? For
I
that?
did not,
Okay.
no, I didn't change any of the hospitals.
37, maybe?
Yeah,
Lit public safety,
commissioners.
Yeah.
That's where it was put last year.
what's that total?
Yeah, the 35.
460,500. It's on the same line as the 35,000.
That was faster.
I mean, that's a huge amount to be requesting.
Yeah.
But, you know, that's 800,000 total that they requested, which
Yeah.
I think it's a bit much, but you can request what you want.
I have a question about the, on Steve's PSAP budget, at the end of it, there was a $250,000 radio system that we're gonna have to purchase potentially next year for dispatch. Where's that gonna fall in at? We need to budget for that also. We have no extra. There's the 90-10 split, but he said there's only 90,000 in there, so.
Is that happening in 24,
He
25?
said it could be 24 or beginning of 25, so I think we should
It's
probably plan
definitely something
for
that needs
it.
to be considered, but I don't know where you're on.
I mean, I think we need to take it into consideration with this total. It's gonna have to be paid from somewhere.
Yeah,
Now, is that all county or is Tell City going to help with some of that or
But I think at this point, I think it'll all be just, or be all okay.
all county?
This is our
We're
portion.
gonna have to eventually absorb that dispatch.
I would
You
assume
know,
it would.
but the expense of it, I'm not saying take it away from Tell City.
Right.
I'm just saying we're gonna have to start paying,
Purchase the equipment or?
you know,
You could probably budget under 911. Someplace I think, you know, there's probably not enough to cover that full amount.
No, if you look at it, it's broken down, Tell City share and
No,
what,
I know that. I meant within our budget and the 911. Our cash balance in that fund.
Yeah, I say I think you guys need to focus on one fund, like looking at each fund and the cash balance and what you've got this year and going from fund by fund, because only certain things can be paid out of certain funds. So, you know, we can't talk about general and we can't talk about 911 because they're not the same. Do you see what I'm saying? You've got to, well, general technically you could, but you know what I'm saying? You've got to look at each fund individually. That's what I would recommend you start to do, to where you guys can look and see where you're projected to be cash wise at the end of this year, what expenses you've got for this year, what revenue you're estimated to bring in this year, and see where your projected cash balance is for the end of 2024. Like, And that's why I've given you guys a copy of the 4.3B. There's an updated copy because we didn't have all of the income. You don't have to submit all of your, typically with your Form 4.B, they're looking at your levy funds. And we didn't have all of our projected revenue off of our 33As. So I went through and put all of that in there and updated it. So kind of it gives you your projection. It starts with your cash balance as of June 30th and then subtracts off every penny that has been budgeted that hasn't been spent in 2023. Gives you your estimated cash balance for the end of 2023. Then it gives you your estimated revenue, which is on the conservative side for 2024. And then it gives you, subtracts off your the budget book request and gives you what your projected cash balance would be after that. And what I've done is taken each fund and taken revenue to expenditures per year for the year. So your estimated revenue for 2024 minus your estimated expenses, which is what's in the budget book, and gives you whether you're over or under budget. And then also down at the bottom, it gives you your cash balance, and off to the side, I wrote the percent of your cash balance there. DLGF encourages us to have 25 to 35% of our annual operating budget on reserve. And if you look through this, you'll be able to see based off of the current request where those would be, minus the hospital. I did not update the hospital's numbers, and I did not. There was two things as far as expenditures that I did not update, which was the hospital's request. It only had subtracted what we gave last year, and I did not change the William Tell Senior Citizen Center from 5 to 7. Those were two oversights on my part, and I do apologize for that. But I think it is important that you guys take those looks into consideration, because I think a lot of times it's portrayed. I know when I started here, that was something for me. I was thinking, okay, you're budgeted 400,000. That's all you got. And that's not the case. There's cash balances in the funds. So I think if we think strategically and look at situations where, hey, maybe we can, at your guys' thought, I know you don't really want to get to where you're paying things out of funds just temporarily, because eventually that's going to go. But if you can take some relief off the general fund for just a little bit to build it up, and then you can go back. As you guys can see from what was stated at the budget hearing last Wednesday, I commend our treasurer right now. Her and I have worked together, and we got almost $250,000 in interest yet this year. That's so different than before. So that was a huge difference in helping the general fund with that interest, and interest rates are good right now. So, and she is doing diligently as far as what I would say investing our money properly. We went down from 11 bank accounts to 8, to where we have our operating payroll, we have our operating vendor, and then we have our 5 investment accounts at each bank, and we move the bulk of the money to whatever bank is paying the highest interest each month, which is definitely helping our general fund out. So you guys decide where you want to start. I think you guys need to look at some numbers. As far as the max levy, I know I sent you guys the email from Robert Norris. I've worked really close with Robert Norris. I've worked with Baker Tilly. As far as our max levy, which is our general health reassessment and CUMCAP. If you take dollar for dollar, as far as what we're gonna be bringing in, based on that, and with, the circuit breaker and everything, we are over on our max levy by $534,120. Now, that's with us leaving $1 million on reserve, is because that's what goal I wanted to have. In the past, we've always went to the 800 on reserve. I did increase our budgeted amount for insurance from 800,000 to $1 million. So, we've increased that there. So if we have our $1 million, in our health account and 800 on reserve, that would be the recommended $1.8 million that we've got for health. I just kind of wanted to go on the higher side for $1 million. So, for our levy funds, if we want to have that $1 million on reserve, we need to cut 543 from our levy funds. If we want to stay at the 800, then we'd only have to cut the 343 from our levy funds.
David, I know in the past how we did it. How did you all do it last year? Where did you start? I know we started and the budget was different now than before. We took out all the new stuff, all the raises and the longevity, any new stuff.
I think we did take out, last year is probably just the raises is what we took
Yeah.
out, and we started it that way.
Well, I suggest we take out the longevity too and see where we're at.
I want to say
Yeah.
that we also have a funding shortage in dispatch for 73,161 we need to consider. That's gotta come from somewhere. So that needs to be added somewhere in there. And then just one other thing I wanted to say is, I think we should make it a goal to try to only spend what we're bringing in next year, if we can do that. That's what I would like to see. I think it's the responsible thing to do, and we owe it to the taxpayers to try to do that and stay as close to that as possible, because that's what we should be doing in our household budgets. That's what, I don't want to rob from Peter to pay Paul if I don't have to. And I don't want to cut down on reserves if we don't have to. So I think the responsible thing to do is to have a goal to try to only spend the revenue we have coming in. So I just want to say that.
Did you go line item by line item?
As voting,
Well, I mean,
No.
you look at each line item.
oh yeah, we look at
okay?
each line
I looked
item,
at each line.
And,
but, as far as voting, we didn't vote each line item.
no, you
We
don't
voted
vote
the total.
unless
Now that you
someone,
indicate you wanted to vote each line item.
No, I didn't know how it worked.
no.
It's not that we
If you have,
There's a
if
discrepancy,
someone,
we may have to.
I'd say if someone, or a few that question the line item, then I guess we can vote on certain ones, but no, we never, in the past did not vote on each line item. We just went through there and, see if we wanted to make, cuts, but I kind of suggest to take out the raises and the longevity and see where we're at and how we're gonna meet the rest of it.
But my question is, I think we need to focus on the levy funds first because you can't, they're all together. Like the 543 needs to come out of the levy altogether. That's not just general, that's general, health, reassessment, CUMCAP. So, that's kind of
Yeah.
where those are.
That cut needs to come from county general.
Mhm. The 543,
And does that
120.
include the hospital?
Huh?
Does that include the
Mhm.
extra for the hospital?
No.
So we need to add that too.
I am so confused on that hospital deal. I didn't know which went where, that's why I left them where they were, because I could not make heads or tails of that.
We need to add in the difference. I mean, if we have everybody else's ads, we
Right.
need to make sure we put it in the total. And then I really do think we gotta add in this 73,161 somewhere. I don't know if that's general or, I don't know where it can come out of that one. Cause there's we just approved it.
It probably would come out of the
It'd come out of the 911.
911 or
But I
public
mean, is
safety.
there a,
That's why I'm saying you guys need to look at the cash balances, the Form 1, because you keep saying, I understand what you're saying is not spending more than what you're bringing in, but I think you really need to look at these cash balances because stagnant cash serves no purpose other than gaining the little bit of interest. And I kind of look at it as a nonprofit, with the wrestling club. I'm very involved with that. I tell them we're not supposed to have $25,000 sitting in a checking account. It's supposed to be being spent on the kids. It's supposed to be sent. I look at that similar to this. I understand that, we've got to have reserve, we've got to have that. But if you guys look through this Form 4B and look at all the plus marks, that's how many funds are over 100% of the operating balance or operating budget just sitting there.
But we can look at that but now how's that going to help us?
Well, I think you need to take into consideration cash balances when you're considering stuff. By no means do you want to just go on a spending spree, but if you can fund something out of a different fund,
Right,
I'm just gonna use, for example, I've looked at the surveyor's perpetuation. We've got a large amount of cash in that. If we would, the suggestion I would have is pay the surveyor out of the surveyor perpetuation because that's gonna take relief off of the general fund. Now, are you gonna be able to do that till the end of time? Absolutely not, but there's stagnant cash just sitting there and there's only certain stipulations on stuff that you can use that for, so.
and by state statute, can we use that for his salary, just his regular salary?
Yes.
Not,
Yes,
I
correct.
know, I know
I
the
think-
order
I think toward the
has a little
end,
diff, there, you have to actually be doing the
Mhm.
service that's on the,
Yes.
I think
Pertaining
toward the
to-
end, we can focus on that,
Yeah.
and that, but, we gotta get started somewhere. We
I
get
think-
started with the clerk, go ahead on down through.
what do we
I'm
want?
okay with that
Mhm.
also, because I saw the $144,000 or whatever significant amount it is.
Mhm.
I think that's what it was, sitting there, but I think, just my opinion is, in this whole book of asks, there is no money for rainy day fund. There has been no money set aside for our savings account to help build that up. So I would prefer, if we're gonna do something like that to relieve the general, that we do a transfer and commit to sliding that over to rainy day instead of adding another line item for, let's get some rainy day funds. That's what I think. Instead of making it as an expense.
And the state recommends that we maintain like 25 to 35% in operating balances, which I think
On
is,
each fund.
yes, and, I think it's something we need to try to do.
I agree.
I told Pam one time, I'd like to see us at 50%. She said, well, that's never gonna happen, but,
Well,
In
and
certain funds, it's doable, but other
Yeah.
funds, it's just not.
I just don't want to get in a situation where we're doing it this year and pulling from the excess funds, but then in a year or two, that's not gonna be there, then what? If we are doing reoccurring expenses,
And that's
we
what I'm
gotta be
saying.
real careful with that.
It's,
That's why I only wanna
it's a-
spend what we have coming in, and then if we can slide things around to relieve general, and then maybe make a priority to put some in our savings for any day, we should do that.
so we want to begin and just kind of do these.
let's go. I'd like you guys to review these if you haven't. I mean, these are new numbers, so I would like for you guys to review them because I think it's gonna give you a starting point and understanding of where each fund is.
So the first one you have there is the riverboat.
Mhm.
And if we were to, everything we take in and spend everything that we have budgeted, we would gain 37,204.
Mhm.
And, which is, what percentage is that?
You're over. You've got, okay, so the ending balance as of December 31st would be 193,380. Anticipated to bring in 57,504.
So we're already over 100%.
Yes, you would, and currently right now with the budget book, expend 29,300, which is under budget by 37,204. With these numbers, ending cash balance of $222,034, which is over your budget. Do you see what I'm saying?
Coming in and we're only expending like.
That's where I'm
20,000.
explaining that
But
you
now
guys
if we
need to
put
look
that
at
other
these.
10 in here, that's gonna change that a little bit.
That's already with that
Oh, you
too,
got that in there?
because that's with the 29. If you see over on the side, I already did the
Oh, okay.
10.
All right, yeah.
So, because I already knew that one. So, we could possibly move some expenditures that are coming out of general to Riverboat. Like I said, I completely understand to where this isn't a long-term thing, but you've got $222,000 of stagnant cash just sitting there. If you can take some relief for a little bit, build up the general fund, build the rainy day, do whatever. I'm just giving you guys the numbers, but so I just want you guys to look where each fund is, because I personally feel in the last 5 months, and personally, at the very beginning, I was portrayed that there was no extra money. And I'm not saying there's extra money. I'm just saying there's a lot of funds that are cattywampus, I mean, it's a good thing. And I think we need to look at trying to get to each fund, like you said. So for Riverboat, based on that.
The next one we have is county general.
Mhm.
And if we, of course, this
This does not
doesn't
include,
take in consider the hospital. Of course, we may end up reducing the hospital to what this is.
Yeah.
But right now, the way it stands, we would be 247,681 deficit from what we started with, and it would bring a percentage to like 18%, which isn't where it's really about half of what.
but doesn't that make you feel a little bit better? I mean, looking at funds individually, to only have to cut, if we would cut, 350,000 from general, that would bring us up to the 25%. Now, mind you, that's with not considering additional appropriations and everything, but that would still, and this is what I wanted to point out, based on these numbers right here, which I completely understand about the hospital difference, we are projected to end this year with close to $1,486,100. Last year, we ended with $893,000. Now, like I said, that doesn't include any additional appropriations we're gonna have between now and the end of the year, but it does look positive. But what I'm explaining too is that as far as revenue to expenditures, we're only off by $247,000 in the general fund. That's really not bad based off of not including the hospital numbers. That's really not bad. That's everybody's sun, moon, and stars that everybody's asking for in the budget book. And that's what Robert Norris explained. By what we submitted, we could do, but it would leave us at 1.2 million at the end. So, but 1.2 is a lot different than 893. So we're making gain.
But we do have like pauper attorney fees out there, the juvenile,
Mhm.
what are those gonna cost?
Well, I was gonna mention, we do have some,
There are all
Additional.
those things out there, but
We have an additional 46,000 for
We already did. That's all right.
dispatch.
You are caught on that dispatch.
Well, it is.
You gonna pay it out of general?
I don't know where it's gonna be paid out of. We have to figure that out, I guess.
But we won't even know. That's an anticipated number.
Well, it's in October. There's 30,000 and then we have to pay the difference of what Candle.
But we won't know till January exactly what we
except
have.
if they expend the whole year of 2023, then we will know.
Yeah, we won't know till January what number
I thought
was.
Steve said they were wanting an additional appropriation in October for that difference.
The pauper attorney that,
I did not know that.
That's what he told me. I don't know. This year.
I don't understand how they could ask when they don't even know till the end of the year. So
I'm just telling you what I was told,
I haven't
so.
seen additional appropriation papers, so.
the pauper attorney we approved last month.
Yeah, that's included because that
Okay, that's
237.
fine.
Now that if they ask for any more, so the July, and let's see, so the July, all of the additional appropriations that you approved in August, from July and August, or the ones that were done in August, is this 237,926. Now that doesn't include September, October, November, December. I already knew, because if you look on line 6, I already subtracted out $237,926, because I knew those. But
Those are future?
those are the ones that were done in August.
Okay, so that's not future
No,
anticipated?
because, no. Now, I have September's, but of course I didn't have them when I was doing this. So,
But they got that 45-day rule in effect now, so we can pretty much expect.
Right.
Probably gonna be some billing come in from that.
The pauper attorney, yeah, so,
Yeah.
yeah, but we are current as far as pauper
We're current
attorney.
right now.
40,000 a month for that.
Yeah, that's-
We paid what they've submitted, but that don't mean
that's extra.
that everybody's caught up.
right.
Okay.
September, October, November, 60,000 for juveniles, that continues going on.
Then if you go on to reassessment, ending the balance at 46,671. Estimated revenue, 118,369. Current budget request, 128,636. Leaves us at a deficit of 10,267. But with this number even being, in the red as far as that revenue to expenditure, still leave us an ending cash balance of 36,404, which is 28% of our budget.
Which means there's not a lot of room there
No,
to do anything if you want to maintain that 28%.
Yep.
25 to 35.
yeah, so that one looks good.
Next, we have health.
Go ahead. Take over health, David, or you want
That
to?
was, okay, you have total expenses required is 171. So estimate, let's do the end of the year.
Through the end of the year, yeah.
So budget year revenues is 319 and expenses are 305, 44 in the budget, which will leave a balance of 122, 116, which would be roughly, I think, 39%.
Mhm.
Which is
Not much over.
human capital development. Budget year total revenues is 281,486. Total budget expenses 268,500, leaving an operating balance of 165,995, which is at 62%. You actually gained 13,000 there.
Mhm.
I thought that fund was,
That's based off of property taxes, so a lot of times in 2024, I want to change to where all of our, like our software and our contracts and stuff, a lot of times, they entice you to pay them at the beginning of the year, which completely drains your fund. And you don't get your property tax money until later. So I'm gonna encourage, departments to pay, their, contracts and stuff quarterly or semi-annually
so we
instead of draining.
really didn't move a lot of expenses out of there, did we? I thought
No,
that-
the Cume Cap's not really ever in bad shape. It's timing.
Okay,
It's the
I
timing.
know, under the previous auditor, I thought that was a concern, because we were even talking about increasing this rate.
I think a lot of it's timing that, we drain a lot of it at the beginning of the year because we're paying out
That's
all of
probably
our
what it is, and it
contracts.
goes
It's
into the
timing.
red.
It's not necessarily the overall fund.
Do we have to pay them like that?
No,
Would they
that's
give an
what I'm
option to
Mhm.
bill monthly?
They try and entice you to pay at the beginning of the year.
Do they give us a percent
They
off?
do,
Everybody
but
likes the money up front.
yeah,
So we'd probably pay a little more if we did that. Unless
if we did, but here's the whole thing. You borrow, like this year, we borrowed 100,000 from special legislation and then we paid it back. You know, it's really
Right.
not that big of a deal to borrow $100,000 from legislation just to get you through until, you know, I know in the past they've had to do a little bit more. But I think we've kind of, yeah,
Is there interest on that? You borrow from legislation?
no, we just transfer.
It's all this in-house transfer.
Yeah, I just transfer, you just transfer, You just have to do
You
documentation.
just have to make sure you have it transferred back by the end of the year.
Yes, and I transferred, and then it was right when we did spring settlement, I paid it, transferred it back. There's just paperwork and reporting to the DLGF that you have to do.
I guess you could charge interest, but you never
Oh,
have.
No, we're not gonna charge ourselves. Yeah, but the Cume Cap, yeah. Now, I've heard Robert Norris told, when I contacted him this past May about increasing, well, actually it was in April, about increasing our Cume Cap to 5, he told me we were already at our max at 4.
We are.
And,
I don't think it's 4.
yeah, it's 4, 5, no, 4.
Not on this, I don't think. I think it's
Cume
a
Cap?
different, I think it's a different percentage.
Well, we're at our max,
Yeah, we
sorry.
are.
And I know I've spoke with, I spoke with Connie Berger, and she didn't think we were maxed out, so I'm gonna check, but according to Robert Norris, we are
There's
maxed
several
out.
different, requirements you have to meet, and I
Yes.
thought, when you look at that, it did show that
And
we
it
were
might
already
be
maxed.
that we're just not qualified for anything higher than what we're getting,
Right.
but I don't think Cume Cap's sitting bad at all.
And next we have Cumulative Bridge.
Mhm.
Budget year, total revenue there is 422, expenses is 386,900, which we gained 35,374, with a cash balance of 517,004 operating balance, which is over 100%. Is this where all of our bridge inspections come out of?
Mhm.
And we've kind of caught those up, haven't we?
How often they got inspected, bridges? Every 3 years?
That would be a stupid question.
At expense we don't.
I think the bridge inspection coming up this year. I was thinking he said.
One,
We have one coming up this year, I believe.
I know we were behind on, and then I think we caught up or whatever.
Yeah, because there was like 3 of them.
Yeah.
That was a question last year, and we got them taken care of. But there's a lot of bridges, because every bridge in the county, even the city bridges, are the county's responsibility.
Of course, this fund, there's
Every
nothing
bridge.
really you can do with this,
No.
because it's designated for that.
Yeah.
Next, we have the highway. Total budget revenue is 2,490,000, expenses 2,878,000, which left us with a deficit of 388. So we had a projected operating cash balance at December 31st, 24. We were to spend all, and if we collected all the revenue that's indicated, and we expend all this in budget, we would have a balance of 1,247,000, which is at 43%. Which is well within, that's a little more than your 35. Local road and street. Do we have all the revenue in there?
That's not including any grant or anything like that. That's
Okay.
just their, what they get each time, yeah.
That's projected at revenue of 335, 131, expenses of 420,000, leaving a deficit of 84,869, but still we're, operating balance at the end of the year is over 100%. There again, that's,
They do really good. The highway plans, like they have projections for years,
we can't
So,
take that in the
really
county
can't.
general.
but they manage very well out there, and, I'm sure they have plans for this money on out, so.
Maybe this Cume Bridge, not to go backwards,
Yeah,
but,
that's all right.
you can't change the percentage. I mean, that is significant. It has to
Oh.
be that percentage that we're collecting. for that? I mean,
No, what I'm saying is you just can't use that money, it's
well,
for that.
I know, but I mean, if we have that kind of balance, is there a way to slow that down? I mean,
Yeah.
slow it down. I mean, are we overcharging? I mean, is it just a percentage of the overall?
It's just a percentage of their overall.
It's not
taxes.
a specific tax that,
You're talking to Cume Bridge.
yeah, that could go down for people if we, I mean,
I think money talk Steve, see if you got anything coming up that's gonna require big expenditure.
Yeah.
If not,
They have a lot.
yeah, we can back it there.
They have a lot of things planned out for 5 to 7 years, so a lot of that's pretty much already
It could be earmarked already. for
earmarked,
future.
yeah.
we need to know those things when we're looking at these
That's true.
excess balances, otherwise they may not be excess for anybody.
He probably has it, it's,
Oh, I
you
guarantee
need
it.
to
I mean,
ask for it.
He'll be,
that's my worry,
Sure.
you know, we don't know, we
Well,
just see this and
taxpayers,
think, wow,
Or we
that's
could
really a
ask them to come in.
significant balance, and then where
Steve
else
will
is
be
it like that, if somebody
taxpayer.
has, well, you're not
When we
thinking
get
about
closer
this,
to this.
because
Bridges need to
We
be
don't know.
repaired.
that's, I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned about
Well,
taking
I
from these
mean,
funds when
you
we
never
don't
know,
know.
you know, even though the bridges
I
are
wish we had that
inspected,
other piece of the puzzle.
you could have a bridge
Go out.
collapse, and then you've got a big
Well, we
expenditure.
can always ask,
I'll take
you know,
it.
that's what this is for, we can ask the department.
When we
heads.
get to that, we can always ask him to come
Ask
in,
him, yeah.
explain that, or phone,
Mhm.
call him or whatever.
Mhm.
Yeah, but I think we need to
Before we
consider
make a
that
final
with each
decision.
one of these with excess.
Yeah.
Because there may be things we're unaware
Yeah,
of, but it's important to know, I agree.
Mhm.
like maybe one of these has that 250,000 for Steve. How's it?
Well, they, I don't think so, I asked, but
Okay, where we at? Local surplus, silver tax and wheel? That's a tax, I mean, miscellaneous revenue in that, 160,000. Expenses 225. That's a minus 65. But we still have a balance of 172,419, which is 77%. There must have been a year where we went the other way, how we got that kind of balance in there.
Once again, Steve may have some plans for that money.
Surtax and wheel. Next we have is surveyor corner perpetuation. Projected revenue is 14,000. Projected expenses is 6,500, which is a gain of 7,500, leaving a balance of 155,044. I mentioned to David one time about this, and he did say something, that he had something planned that he was gonna buy, but it wasn't a huge amount, but
He made a purchase this year for,
what was it?
it was almost $3,000. So I don't know if that's what,
He hardly ever asks for anything.
yeah, he's so
It's
good.
whatever, you know, whatever.
Now, this is one that we could pay that
Mhm.
salary out of this. Instead of taking out county general, which would gain a little. He doesn't take a huge salary either,
No,
but I guess it's,
Can we pay his
if we
whole
transfer
budget out of
right
it?
today, I'm okay with that.
Oh,
His whole budget
that's what
could
you
come
were-
out of
anything
it.
with surveyor can come out of there, yes.
what did you say?
We could take this whole budget out of it.
Oh,
Not that his budget's much, but
No.
it's
still, you know,
Oh.
every 1,000 here, 1,000
Right.
there, next thing you know, you
Adds up.
sure
you
does.
gain something for Kelly's rainy day fund.
It's amazing. I'm tickled to death to hear somebody mention rainy day. First time I've heard that word.
Clerk record perpetuation,
No, we talked about it.
we have miscellaneous revenue there of 190,000. Projected expenses of 2,650. Leaving a reserve, oh, that was a gain of 187,350, leaving a cash balance of 372,246.
This one looked odd to me.
That, how's there that kind of balance in there? Where's that miscellaneous revenue coming
Well, that's
from?
what, yeah.
Or they take
I said, where's that-
part-timers out of it.
That's all your,
These,
fees?
372,
All fees, right? Yes.
that doesn't match in here, does it? I don't think so. I think it was that high.
Oh, you mean on the?
No,
cover
my
sheet?
orange sheet here. Hold on. That's strange.
Page 30.
Is it 30? Was it that? High? I don't remember seeing one that high. No, it doesn't look like a bear.
Is there a mistake there?
Well, that's what, she's got 94,000 in there. Miscellaneous revenue. We've still got projected of 95 left to bring in for this year. As of June, the balance was 92,775. Based off of the miscellaneous revenue for this year, remaining to bring in 95,000, which put the cash balance at 187,775. Remaining expenditures, 2,879, leaving a cash balance of 184,898.
Is
that
that all
sound
the,
right,
is that all the
Rachel?
part-timer?
Does that sound right?
I wouldn't say.
So
My brain's still working processing this,
so on clerk's record perpetuation, it says we have 95,000 left to bring in this year. Is that right?
Clerk don't have part-time.
I thought we were talking about.
Oh, no. That's what I thought it was.
You too. I was like, something's not right. What is it?
This is Rachel's.
Yeah, probably, it sounds close.
What do they use it for?
What all do we use the clerk's perpetuation to pay for?
Mostly with anything to do with our records and stuff.
Because we've only got a budget of 2,650.
I know, that's what we were, 'cause this stuff is kind of shoo, and I really trust her and what she said, that if we can,
We can pay part, in our perpetuation, we can pay part of, like our part-time, we can pay part of the salary. Well, we pay all their salary because they're working on what the fund was set up
But you
for.
could pay a portion of
And but we
yours.
can pay a portion of ours.
Yeah, so you could pay a
if
portion,
I could do that, I would absolutely.
because you're bringing in that.
Now,
Or rainy
that's
day
way
money.
too much in there.
Yes, that's what I was trying to get you. I'm glad I don't feel you guys have ever seen the cash balances or been,
Relieve the general.
you always look at the budget amounts.
I don't know if we could transfer it for any day, we'd have to
If you
transfer
pay,
it to,
you pay it
yeah,
out of
there,
here,
then
relieve
take
the
the general
general.
fund, then, yeah, we could do that.
That's what I mean, pay the
Yeah.
salary out of
Let's
here.
check that, and make sure
Yeah, we'll have
that's,
to
I mean,
check the-
because based off of
I have
your
the-
33A,
I have the
you
statutes.
bring in.
Oh,
Let's
and
say
then-
190,000.
Pay some of
And
the
that's gonna
salaries out
bring
of
that
there,
cash balance
relieve
up
the
over
general, transfer,
300,000.
instead of spending the general
Pay
on
two,
more
three
expenses.
deputies, pay two, three deputies out of
Transfer
it.
it for any day. So we're just transferring, we're not really,
Don't complete the fund and we're spending that.
we're not creating more money for 1 year to grab, just 1 year, that's all
So
it
if
is.
you look here, look at hers. So
They
this
send more
is-
revenue,
that's
that would
what
help us
you're-
build up our
You don't
money.
build
This is
that.
what
You
you're
agree
projecting.
with that.
Still
But that
doing
is,
No, I'm not for relieving the general and just using it to buy more things.
So it's
Then
not-
we can't
we
maintain it.
probably, the way that fund's building up, we could probably pay a
187,
couple of
okay?
our clerks out
You
of
only
it.
got this
One
much
third,
left to
yeah.
spend
Well,
out of
probably
your
every
budget
year.
for lunch.
Pay two, if we could pay two clerks out of it every year,
Okay?
you know, so she's completely, she's giving up one, so y'all only have
All
first deputy.
And then help relieve the general.
Three,
So
two.
you only got
No,
this.
because they're
That's the way I'm okay
third,
with it.
four.
Does that really help? you?
Based on these numbers, that's what the
You
three
transfer it
part-time
to
plus
every
her.
day. I said,
So there's
Four
four in a
dollars.
part-time.
Part-time.
And
We're talking
that's
about
what-
Rachel.
This
I
is
did not
part-time.
know that. Yeah. Part-time.
Rachel does have part-time.
We can take it all
I didn't realize
and
that.
it's not helping.
Thought it was all full-time.
Probably
I mean,
25%.
Well, then maybe we can pay some of these things we don't know how we're gonna pay. Because that has
All
all,
of your people.
That's
you
not
can't use that money
Kind
twice.
of like
No,
their-
but-
kind of like highway pays for you.
I mean,
I don't wanna,
You see what
I
I'm
just
saying?
don't wanna rob from Peter and pay Paul.
I know.
Next year how do we come up with it next year? Well, we've depleted it this year, then what? That's not good budgeting.
Actually, go use back opposite to make up a shortfall, yeah.
Yeah, and raise the tax or something else that's ridiculous.
Those are accurate numbers. I just went over them with the clerk. And basically, this is kind of a fund that I seen that the cash balance just keeps going up. I mean, this is an opportunity that we could move some general fund expenses to here, for sure, pay your part-times out of here, out of the, because you're still revenue to expenditures, you're way off. And this cash balance is just gonna keep,
Which would help bring that 18% of county general,
correct?
unless you take it to rainy day, then it won't. Right,
I mean, you can rob from this year.
I know.
But when it's gone, and then you're gonna.
But no,
raise the tax.
this one isn't a rob from it's gone. They're bringing in 190,000 a year and you're only set to expend over $2,000.
You're
This
still
could be a
gonna be-
long-term,
It's trying
this
to
could
get
be
it,
a long-term
It could be a
change.
permanent, almost a
Yes.
permanent
you
solution.
can get it down to like 100%. It's, right now, it's like, oh, how many percent?
Correct.
So.
This
say
isn't
work
a
to get
short
it down to
term.
100, well, even, yeah, to save 100% at least. You know, but
Yes.
as long as that money continues to come
So-
in, if the money suddenly stops,
Yeah,
Can you
then
tell me how that works, Rachel? Like, where does this come from? It, like, when
Now that I'm
people,
learning where a lot of it's coming from
Sure.
now. So when people come in, pay their court costs.
Okay, why don't you come up here, because this doesn't, it
Sorry.
really doesn't.
I'm just trying to understand if it's something we can even lower for the people, if it's something we're overcharging for to begin with, and I don't wanna do that.
Oh, okay.
Here, but all the way back there.
So when people come in, pay court costs, probation fees,
Okay.
I'm put on the spot, so I'm not gonna be able to think quick enough on my feet.
That's okay.
All that comes through, and I did find out that that vendor I had mentioned, there is no charge for the county, so I'm gonna get on top of that and try to get them. They just charge a percentage from what they collect, so I'm gonna get that. So that will help bring in even more money. So, and I guess that money is kind of distributed out amongst the funds, I guess.
If I may say something, so you know, Kelly, we don't make the charges. The county doesn't set the charges. They are set by state
Yes,
code.
yes.
Any money she brings in and any money I bring in.
Okay, so
is
it's not
set
a
by
local
state.
fee.
It's not local.
No, it is all state, yes.
And so we probably also need to look at the statute on what is allowable.
Yeah, I emailed to you, did I email it
Yeah,
to you already?
I have the whole
The
You
list.
mean
clerk,
what
the clerk,
that
the
money gets us?
perpetuations.
Right,
I
right,
sent
in
her
case
on
there's
the
anything
clerk
else
and-
besides
Right.
salary that can be relieved.
yeah,
This is one that I thought with the recorders and the clerk, especially the clerk with the cash balance, just with the revenue to expenditures being so off, that some changes can be made as a long-term for here. And I requested information with the State Board of Accounts regarding the perpetuation funds. And all part-times can be paid 100% out. And clerks can be paid percentage based off of work. So you could pay up to half of full-time employers' employee wages out of
what
perpetuation,
did you say could be paid fully? Did you say something?
part-time.
Oh, part-time. Oh, you're talking at the recorder or
For
either
both.
one?
All the perpetuations, yes.
Oh, any perpetuation time.
Yeah.
Being spent on
So like I
perpetuation.
said, that's why I was looking at these perpetuation. Surveyor can be paid 100% out of his perpetuation fund. The recorder, what they already do, they're part-time, and then a portion of their full-times can be paid out of their
Does-
part-times.
Does a surveyor, you wouldn't know this, but does a surveyor have records that need to be updated?
We do most of that for him, yeah.
But his is the cornerstone, finding the
Right.
cornerstone, which is what he spends all his time doing. So
Mhm.
you could easily move his salary over to that perpetuation fund, easy.
I wonder, does he need help? Is he behind on those?
No, we
Give us that.
communicate weekly, regularly with David in the auditor's office, and he works wonderfully.
I thought you volunteered out there.
That'd be interesting.
I was gonna volunteer.
And I apologize, I didn't know that was a thing.
No, you're good. You're good.
I mean, I didn't know.
Good news. That's what I said. Positive stuff, positive stuff.
Okay, so that's a healthy balance there. Next, we have plat book. Projected revenues is 14,000. Projected expenses, 12,316. We're gaining of 1684, leaving a balance of 65,752, which is also over 100%. I didn't realize we had money in the plat book.
I moved a majority of my office supplies from general to here, because of that, to relieve the general fund.
Bought that printer out of the student.
Yep. And then I do see probably I did increase some stuff with paper expenses and stuff like that, with us taking on more paper with the administrator, doing more work for the council and commissioners. So all of my expenses can be,
So you're miscellaneous, these are fees, what are your fees that you're charging for? What do you charge fees for?
mapping,
Mapping? That's generally what it is.
mapping and copies.
These, deed transfers.
Oh, okay.
That's posted.
Okay, next we have the enhanced access, 12,000 projected revenue, 16,490 projected expenses, leaving a deficit of 4,490, leaving a reserve operating balance of 33,260, which is also in excess of 100%. I don't know why you could use that for.
I've got it.
Why not a whole lot?
Yeah, but Jane,
Oh, okay.
The make, like, it's pretty explanatory, you know, enhanced access, so that's the main purpose of this fund. That we can use it, we pay part of our salary out of there because we're helping provide the enhanced access by back indexing all those old documents, getting more stuff on there for people. So we take part of our salaries out of there, and then we do just pay the companies with Tapestry and Laredo that use those programs. We have to pay the company that provides that for us.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Jane.
Well, one other thing though, I do want to say on enhanced access, because this has been a concern of some in the past, because we do pay some pretty healthy enhanced access fees, but we bring in more funds than we pay out. I just want to make sure you know that.
is it gonna be more than this 12,000? Because based off of this, it's in the deficit.
No, we didn't ask for any more than that, for next year. Is that what you're saying?
Well, based off of your Form 33A, you only projected to bring in 12,000, that your expenditures are 16,490, which is okay for this year because you have a cash balance. But on an annual basis, you're spending more than you're bringing in based on these numbers.
We did lower what we're asking for next year out of this enhanced access. We've lowered that amount quite a bit. Can you say it's already there? I don't think that's expenditures. Is that for next year? We're not
That's
asking for that.
this year.
No, that's the 2024 request, 16,490.
This year. The fund is a year. And then you put some improvement on expansion of capital, so that would be your cash.
Okay, yeah, that's what I said.
Reimbursement
We
of
did
operating.
bring in more money than we pay out of that fund. Or did you say that different?
Yeah, it's opposite. Right now, based on your 33A, your revenue for 2024 is gonna be 12,000.
Okay.
Your proposed budget is 16,490. So it's 4,490 over.
Okay.
So is that 12,000 accurate, or is that?
Well, I guess for this year, we're okay, because we.
Yeah. You got the extra, yeah. So we'll need to look at that one, but anyway.
Your expenses are a lot more,
Last year.
the last half of 2023 is 20,588.
So did you?
For the whole year, it's only 16,000.
Yeah, she cut it, you cut it.
My estimated revenue coming in?
No, your expenses.
So your expenses remaining for 2023 is 20,588.
The 2024 for a whole year is only 16,000.
For a whole year, it's only 16,490, so you did cut it.
Mhm.
But based on an annual though, you're still spending more than what you're bringing in. So eventually,
Yeah, we have some, we know we're gonna,
Yeah.
that's why we're.
yeah, she's aware of it.
Okay, next we have the sales disclosure. The 2024 miscellaneous, 25,156 revenue, expenses 4,827, with a gain of 20,329, leaving a balance of 29,254, which of course is well over 100%, with only expenses of 4,800. There's not much you can probably do with that. I wouldn't think, is it?
A whole lot.
I just moved some stuff coming out of there more this year from last year. So we just kind of, I switched that between property reassessment, sales disclosure back and forth, depending on how much money, cash we have left. So I just switched it to coming out of here, this coming year.
County elected official training for 2024 projected revenue, 2,400, expenses 4,900, leaving a deficit of 2,500, still with a balance of 10,559, of course, which is 200% of what expenses are.
Did I see some people also have that in their budget for, instead of taking it out of here?
We have it in both places. The recorder, this is fee-based, a percentage of the fees that the clerk takes in goes for this. So, yes.
But I mean,
Some comes out of general, some comes out of this. Yes.
And there's, we collect this, so I do know that there's only a certain amount that,
We can give.
that we can
Certain
only use
percent.
at the state called meetings.
okay,
Can't use it in anything else, state called
Okay.
meetings.
And I think it's only $50 a person, isn't it? $50 an elected official is what it was unless they increase that.
Yeah, so.
It's very minimal.
I was just curious why
Yeah.
it was like that. Whenever I looked through here, I noticed there was a specific fund.
I think we did increase this from 600 to 1,000.
900 to 1,000. Was it 900 to 1,000? We went
Yes.
from 900 to 1,000.
One point it was only 600.
Yeah.
I thought, maybe not.
There's a lot more state called meetings,
Oh, I
I'm
know.
telling you.
Next, we have identification security. Projected revenue of 24,000, expenses of 6,400, which is a net gain of 17,600 in your cash, bringing it to 41,804, which is, well, still 100%.
Yeah, and this is on the court side, so these are nothing really
It is?
the four of us know about. I do believe so.
Identification.
Is this yours? or-
Yeah.
Oh, this is yours, okay.
We're dashing social security numbers.
Right.
There you go, yeah.
Oh,
Legislation when we had to start redacting social security numbers, that's what.
Oh,
we had to
okay.
do that. And this fund, I will tell you, on this fund, now that we've paid for most of that stuff, they're saying now that we could, if we wanted to, transfer this money in this fund to be, we would be allowed by statute, to transfer this money from this fund to the recorder's perpetuation fund. That's anything that you guys would be interested in.
So is there not gonna be any more funding for it?
We're still getting funding for it,
Okay.
but they just said you could transfer
They
the
just
funds you have now to the recorder's perpetuation.
and that's a new
That's a new
thing that you can do.
thing that came in just in the last year.
Awesome.
Probably because that it's difficult maybe to use it, all of it.
Yes, it's difficult to use all of, so anything can be transferred to the recorder's perpetuation. And we just hadn't brought that up to you yet. That was something we had talked about. Do you think these guys would be interested in?
Right. Next, we have jury fee. 3,000 projected revenue, 3,000 projected expense, so that's a wash. At least 5,600, which is 87%. That's a really small fund. I guess that's to pay for people
On jury.
on jury. I think it'd be more than that.
Hopefully it's never used very much.
Or just for the big juries.
Yeah.
Or big cases, I guess I should say.
Sex and violent offender. Projected revenues 1745, expenses of 1400. Leaving a balance of 3725, which is 200% or more of. That's another small fund. Supplemental adult probation, total projected revenue, 135,000, expenses 102, resulting in a gain of 33,449, leaving a balance of 487,847, which is 4 times what their expenses is right now. That is a healthy balance.
Mhm.
Not you can do that with that though, is it?
Salary.
I don't think so.
Can you?
I don't know.
Well, there's some ask in here.
Huh?
There's additional ask for some of the salaries that are already there. Out of that, I think.
Is there?
Oh, yeah, I think there would be.
So why couldn't we use that? I can look up the code and tell you what it's,
Yeah.
what you can use it for.
Supplemental public defender, proposed revenue of 3,200, expenses of 3,650. That left a little deficit of 450, leaving the balance of 18,998, which also is several hundred% over. Your salaries there too.
I forgot that there were salaries out of that one, this one supplemental. So,
So can any of those funds be used for like pauper attorney that you talked about?
That's what,
Are we on 48? Is that where you're going?
on what?
Public defender?
Oh, you're looking in the budget book.
Well, I was just gonna look at the fund number and then look up what you can use for.
Oh, public defender.
48.
Look up the code.
They just pay the attorney and training, travel, education out of there right now. That's all that's in supplemental public defender.
Use the fund.
What is that for their attorney?
Yeah, I just don't think there's gonna be a lot we can pay out of that one.
Probably not.
They're only bringing in 3,200 a year.
I'm surprised it even has that.
It's got a little bit of cash balance, but
I mean, it's not a huge amount, but
yeah.
it's for that particular fund, I guess it is. Next, we have pretrial diversion. Projected revenue of 49,000, projected expenses 29,100, leaving a balance, a gain of 19,900, leaving a balance of 36,330, which is over 100% cash balance at the end of December 2024.
Changed.
She changed where salaries come out of that. Yeah. I know Sam's done, Kelly just pointed out too, Sam's done a lot of restructuring of her budget, so I think that it's in the process of her getting things, find out where she wants. There used to be a salaries taken out of there, now there's not.
I think
So,
she's trying
Pretrial
to get,
diversion.
I think she's trying to get things to where we can get reimbursed the 66% for anybody we can.
Yep, there's no salaries taken out of this anymore, otherwise they're all moved to where they're reimbursable.
Which is good.
Which,
Yes.
yeah,
I'm very glad.
next we have the statewide 911.
Ding, 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 ding.
Projected revenue of 322,000, total expenses of 283,000, a gain of 39,000, leaving a balance of 145,427, which is at 51%. There you have room if you want to bring it down.
You wanna get your 250 out
You're
there?
not gonna get to 250 out there, but
No, you can get your 71.
you might be able to do that. Bring it down,
I think we could write a
bring
grant.
it down about 25%.
We could do a grant for that, for the 250. We got time. We've got a year.
We should definitely try, but we have to plan for if we don't.
That's what I'm
get it.
saying. We have time to get with Region 15 on grant opportunities for that.
Or,
For the 250,
For the
but I mean, we
250.
have to, I think we still have to plan for it, and then if we can relieve it somewhere, that's great.
Can
If we can get a grant, that's.
we use opioid fund for that? We haven't touched opioid funds.
Which is in it.
should be 190 something.
Yeah.
Oh, no, oh boy, I'm thinking of
Huh?
collateral.
140 something
Yeah,
in opioid right now, but that's 2 years of opioid
probably need a
receipts.
committee for that, to see
We're
what
gaining every year in that, but
type programs we can get for that.
Yeah.
Mental health,
But statewide 911 is not an unhealthy fund. It's not. You're looking at me, but it's not.
some of that opioid though isn't restricted,
Right.
about 15%, I think,
Mhm.
that you can use for anything.
does this include the 90-10 split? I think they might have plans for that, that's 90,000.
That's already, don't they have that already included in their
I mean, they don't-
expenditures?
No, I mean, I think that they have, they have it there as a reserve, but they have ideas. I think that PSAP committee or advisory committee has, I mean, I could be wrong, but we would have to talk to them.
So are you saying is the 90-10 in the
Is
322,000?
is that part of that? Because it technically is statewide 911. It's just an extra addition that they get at the end of the
But
year.
how would you know that unless they're just projecting it? Oh,
I think Steve projected.
I mean, if you don't have a separate 90-10
Mm-mm.
fund, it's going in
It's
here.
going in there, yeah.
Because it's whatever's collected from the state, you know,
Right.
for the dollar a month.
Next, we have emergency planning, right to know projected revenue for 2024.
I know Steve did tell me, this is a projection of what they're get of 32. They will only spend what they get. So if they only get 32, then they'll only spend 32. If they get 37 or they get 38, they'll spend 38. They spend what they get. That's still got a healthy cash balance, not healthy, but 85%, I mean, of that small operating budget.
Inmate housing, projected revenue of 42,000, expenses of 39,894, with a net gain of 2,106 in your cash, leaving a balance of 98,157.
Okay. This is something that I don't know if this is the conversation now or not, but when they came forward last week and they said that it, you know, that they figured out that it cost $27.40, it was 40-something cents, I wrote down, a day to house an inmate. We need to, you know, and we get $35 a day. I personally really think only the difference should go in the inmate housing fund, because if the general fund is paying for the salaries for the employees, the, you know, utility bills, the water, the meals, everything else.
So the general fund is subsidizing those meals.
Right, or whatever
Whatever that fund.
is that in that 2744, we need to see what the general fund is supplementing out of the 2744 and put it back. Otherwise, we're asking the taxpayers of Perry County to subsidize the Vanderbilt County inmates, and we do not need to do that.
So
That's how I feel about it.
you're getting $35 a day and it's costing
And the whole
27.
35 is going,
And the whole 35 is going to inmate housing, therefore,
which does relieve some of the budget too. Like
Right.
they'll use it for meals, but we just really need to figure out what part of that 2744 is,
you're only gaining $8. is what you're saying, because it's costing 27.
It's coming
You're
from
getting
somewhere.
35.
I don't know that it's all coming from the general fund, but we need to really look at that. I just don't want the,
Where else would it be coming from? Or jail operations, or,
yeah,
which is all.
that's true.
Oh, yeah. It's probably not general, it's probably jail operations,
Right.
I'd say.
But a portion
Jail
of it,
operations and working with Baker Tilly. And I can forward emails from you and I've had phone conversations. Right now, our jail operations is covered by a transfer from lit funds, and technically
Partially, isn't it?
a portion of it is transferred from there, and I couldn't get like an accurate number because right now, the way Baker Tilly is our lit break, the way our lit is, should actually be paid directly out of lit, not transferred to jail operations. So I think, and with our jail operations, I don't really have the amount of revenue that we're gonna be bringing in because of what they've got here,
Actually, it should be like 23.5% of our
lit funding.
lit fund goes to jail operations.
But
And
then
6.5
they've got
goes
other
for
stuff
the
in
security
here
guard,
that they're
20
including
goes to-
donations.
PCDC, 50 goes to the highway.
Mhm. Yeah. So I want us to look at that together.
20 goes to PCDC. Or used to, I think we decreased. a little bit
Decreased,
this
it used
year.
to be 20,
It's a little different now
so anyway.
because of the adding that .05.
The maintenance fund.
Yeah.
Double maintenance.
oh, that was one other thing. I noticed in the budget book, there was a few people that took their building maintenance out and said, just get it out of that building maintenance fund, but I don't think that's the intent of that building maintenance fund. I think it's really for like big expenses like roofs or repaving a parking lot or something big, not like garage doors or blinds or,
We had that in
Carpet or
courthouse,
stuff like
didn't we? Was it in courthouse?
I just don't think that's the intent of it. There was just a couple that I saw and I think we need to add those back
And it
in.
wasn't someone who was, it wasn't transferred to another,
It said to get it out of that building maintenance fund and I thought,
oh,
I
no.
don't think that's what that's for.
No, it isn't.
It's for like big things, is
Right.
what I understood.
Like a boiler
Yeah, like
or,
something significant.
like you said, repaving the parking lot, new roof.
Is that under Parks and Rec or courthouse
I'll have
or?
to look, when we go through them, we'll find it. We'll just might wanna add that back in.
There's only
I didn't actually
housing.
see it, but
I'd
I know
say
you
saw
said
one or
something
two.
about it.
Like I said, I wanna look at our lit numbers with jail operations. Plus, like I said, the jail kind of, or the sheriff's office budgeted multiple places for the same thing. So we've gotta remember if we're paying like for something out of general and it's also budgeted
Do we have a
in.
list of those, or we're just gonna have to
I
catch
made a
it?
note of them, yeah. I made a note of them, the ones that are double budgeted.
I don't remember ever doing that with the jail. I know we had some other, oh, maybe we did.
Lit public safety and all that, yeah. So,
As long as we know what it's double.
Yeah.
Next we
Not
have
do it.
jail operations.
like I said, we'll have to look at them.
Well, there's no revenue here.
That's why I said, I don't. It's coming out of your lit funds and I didn't get that put in when I did the Form 4, so we'll have to look at that.
Okay. Dedicated to PSAT. 345,857, 345,857. This has 340, but I think we put it at 345,857.
She put 340, yeah, basically, we're required to give them the 345,587, but if you remember Connie put it at 340,
Actually, when we were doing these budget books, we didn't even
have those
have
numbers.
that. We didn't, well,
How are we positive?
Because there's a cash balance.
there's cash balance of 159 at the end of 2023.
We need lower tax.
That's probably where you will pay that.
71,000 now
71,000.
between the, yeah.
Well, this is PSAP though. Well, that's PSAP
It
though.
is, that's what you did, you put a
That's
tax.
PSAP.
And it's showing that we shouldn't have a huge balance there, we should lower the
But I
tax.
think that's where we pay the deficit out of too, just like that 46,000 that you're saying, you know, we're projected.
And we
in
could get- we could
2023
get some of the 250 out of there if we had.
Yeah, in 2023, we're only projected to be short 31,000.
So that'd be a way of spending that down.
Mhm.
I don't think we want to lower it because of the fact that, eventually, there's gonna come a time and day where the county's gonna be,
Hopefully we're
The
more
reason we
efficient.
have increased that is so we can pay for dispatch.
Hopefully we're as efficient, if not more efficient.
And the only place, I mean, I don't know, we can prove efficiency is at dispatch. I don't know.
Well, I mean, if the county, if what he's.
I mean, I don't want to pay, definitely to me, it's the county's responsibility,
Mhm.
but also I don't want the county paying for city expenses that are not
exactly.
dispatch. So we got to have, be honest with what we're doing, you know, so. That's my only
I
problem.
asked about the terms, when that was approved last week, there's no payment terms, because I would be,
Oh, you're talking about
I
that.
personally want to pay the expenses as they come in and pay actual invoices. I don't want to overpay, I don't want to, you know, we budgeted the max amount, but if we don't get there, I don't want to, I think it was agreed that we would just pay it. And I don't think that's what we should have done. I think we should have only paid the expenses as they come in, not just say, sure, we'll pay 900, up to 972,000, I thought.
I think
There's
you-
no terms in there for payments, so where are those details gonna be worked out?
We've mentioned that, but I think you said like the PSAP, you're paying that like the dedicated
Monthly.
PSAP is like monthly.
But you're
Of
just
course,
breaking it down by 12 and saying, here's your payment, equal payment?
Well, the PSAP is gonna go to them,
PSAP has to.
Well-
has to go. But you could reduce that from what they're billing and then only pay that if you wanted to do something like that. I don't know if they can
I
do
mean,
something
can
like
you
that or
do
not.
that? There's no terms agreed to.
There have to be a new contract,
Well, the contract just doesn't have terms, period, so.
You
I'm
can always
saying there
amend
needs to
that
be a new
contract.
Huh?
You can always amend it, you know. if
Could
you
just be,
wanted.
need to
If
be a
you,
new
if you do
contract.
something like that, you'd have to amend
I just
it.
think we would be more efficient if we only paid actual invoices up to a certain amount, and then that way, if they don't spend that amount, then we're not overpaying.
Right.
I'm not saying we're overpaying, I'm saying we wouldn't if we did it that way.
Yeah, the next one looks scary.
Local impacts, public safety. Projected revenue, 669,552. Projected expenses, 1,040,536. Actually, if you put in the hospital, it'd be more like 1,400,000.
Mhm.
So there's definitely gonna have to be some cuts done in public safety.
Yes.
And that is all that's,
That's where the capital comes out of.
That's, yeah.
So we need to add 400,000.
One thing we keep mentioning, the hospital, basically, we're more so probably for somebody watching, that's for the ambulance service,
right.
more so than, I mean, it could be misinterpreted that people think we're financing.
Well, they
do
ask
have
for a lot
huge-
of capital,
They do have
capital,
a huge
capital.
capital
Yeah.
of over 400,000.
Isn't it usually like 35?
Yeah, it would
Yeah.
be county equipment.
Yeah,
They all, I was
It
here
wouldn't
last
be
year too.
hospital.
They asked that much too last year and they, yeah,
Yeah, we cut it.
cut it, yeah.
but as far as operating in the hospital or whatever.
But you know what I'm saying?
Right.
There's people under, out there,
Right.
YouTube,
You're right.
we don't want them to think this is some deal we worked out with the hospital.
A lot of work to do on public safety.
Next, we have economic development income tax. See that? That's the jail, special legislation fund of the jail. What is this? We don't have income. had revenue coming in.
What?
on this
We get that,
economic
that's off the
development.
edit money that comes in monthly, or, yeah. Where's that paper at? Off of your.
Was this combined with the special legislation? They had that kind of balance.
Well, I don't see it in here, so. Right? It's not in here. Special legislation.
I know, they had,
Yeah, that's part of special legislation too, I think paper simply just put it there.
There's not a paper here, we just went through it.
what, I don't know, the expenses of 307, is there that many expenses on that?
That's what's out of the book.
We pay 188 for the content.
I'm looking for my paper. Tells you that. There it is.
Where's the special legislation on here?
Based off of Perry County for the economic distribution, 1,542,276. That's what we'll get. Off of the Indiana Department of Local Government, Local Income Tax Distribution. That's the edit funds.
Is that being split? Between Tell City and,
No, Tell City gets 888,608. Troy gets 10,000, 1,000, 10,000, 146. And Troy gets 198,868. These are the estimated from August.
I'm gonna have to look at that.
That's that dump truck.
road. Highway.
Okay, I'll take care of that.
Highway gets some of that too. Yeah. I think so.
Yeah, they get 50%.
Which we have to, in October, like I said, in all this discussion over budget, Baker Tilly said, we are not breaking our monthly lit and edit money down properly. So we're going to,
Looks like it's all in one.
yes,
And
it's,
it's a mess like that.
yes. I think I forwarded you guys that email from her where we needed to revise that. So when we get our October lit and edit funds, we're gonna redo the breakdown, and then we're gonna do the adjustments to correct the last 9 months and get it right, and then we'll be ready going forward.
Okay, so this sheet here right now really doesn't have the right expenses or anything.
No,
That
if you
was-
guys remember last
Yeah.
year, they gave one in August, they gave one in October, they gave one in December, and then they gave another one out January 7th with new numbers.
That's what was confusing me, because,
So
you're
these are
gonna have all
preliminary.
these expenses coming out of this.
Right.
So there's no way you're gonna have a balance of,
No, I just wanted you guys to see the cash,
Right.
yeah, the ending cash balances and all that, so,
What's that, right?
yes, please, I need that. So,
so that was the fund.
Yeah.
We weren't even looking at the special legislation fund.
so I hope that sheds a little positive light, with that information.
Okay. Now we get back to our budget book.
Please let you know the judge is here.
Yes, I could look in that. Did you want to go ahead and let Lucy talk since she couldn't
Oh,
talk on
yeah.
Wednesday?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I sent a text because I got a text saying, hey, we're talking about your budget, and I was.
Oh, we were just going over fund balances.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk about my budget while I'm here?
We can since you're here,
Okay, that'd be awesome.
unless you got something better to do.
No. So, with regards to the supplemental, adult probation questions, could you, I don't necessarily know what the questions were.
That's page 57.
It's not, with that fund, two things are happening. Well, three actually. Number one, what we had as a, what we always thought we had in that line item was not what we got from Chris. It was different by a lot, and it was a lot less, okay? In all fairness to both auditors, we never got the updates at the end of the year. It was what was left at the end of the year. Like, so we don't know like what accumulated. Does that make sense? And so I can't affirm or deny that that's the correct balance that is in that fund. So I'm gonna leave that to Chris because that's her wheelhouse and that's what she says we have. So she's the auditor. That's what,
487,
huh?
the 487,000.
Yes. I will also tell you that my probation officer, Amanda Young, is at the probation officers conference today. And this week, I apologize. There's talk about lowering probation user fees. I don't know if that's gonna happen or not. That's what this fund is those fees. And so I am not opposed to paying, as you have seen, I asked for raises for all of my staff. And that was based on longevity. It was also based on what other courts are paying their court reporters and staff. And it's also based on the fact that I have one court reporter per judge. I challenge you to find a county that has that. Most have 3. And so I feel like it's fair. I feel like it's reasonable. If you want to adjust those salaries to where I ask for out of this fund, I have no problem with that. But just know that that's a fluctuating fund. I can't, in all honesty, tell you how long it took us to get to this number because I was only given what was left over from previous years. I don't know how long it took to get here. Does that make sense? Did I answer any questions or did I just muddy the waters?
No, I got it.
Okay.
That's what I saw. I saw that you had someone's salary increase coming out of there. The question was, can you use it for salaries? I said, well, you obviously can because there's a
Yes, you
salary
absolutely
increase
can
coming
use
up.
it. You can use it, it's supposed to be for probation services. We're such a small office that literally everyone helps with probation in our office. So we absolutely can do that. Early, you look like you have a question.
No, I don't, I'm freezing. I put a jacket in the car and let me go get it.
That was the only question that I saw.
So,
David said, can you use it for salaries? I said, well, it looks like
I don't know
it's.
if
so when you're looking at your budget and you're thinking, or the budget and you're thinking, how can I get to that number? That's that supplemental adult probation fund, that's, I guess, I don't know how you, that's like a judge's discretion fund. And so when we did the budget, we were not aware of the property tax issue that came up, a lot of the issues that you guys are facing. We didn't know that, so we asked, right? And so I understand that if you're looking for ways to fund everything, if you need to fund those raises through this, okay, like the additional amount that you'll need to get me to where I asked. I feel like it's deserved. There's gotta be a question. Kelly, you're letting me down.
You answered it. You answered all the questions. When will you know if that fee goes down? Because that's what I said. If you have such an excess, the state needs to lower the fees.
She's the one who texted Kim about it yesterday and said that there was like talk about it. And she said she'll let us know as soon as she hears something.
Would that be for
It wouldn't be.
2024? Would that be
Yeah.
for 2024? So it would change.
Usually it starts in July. July 1st is whenever all the new stuff
So
takes
it will
place.
kind of change the revenue projection.
If it happens, but I it really didn't make sense to me. I've never seen that happen, and I know that a lot of counties depend on this fund for probation. So I don't know what the thought process behind that would be.
Do you have any idea what they're talking about as far as the lowering of?
No, like this is all brand new.
Clerks conference too, she said it, they mentioned it at the clerks conference, they're something about trying different ways to do things with these probationers where the probation officers won't be meeting with them as often as they do now. So it will cut down some of the costs and fund costs that they can request.
So I know what she's talking about. That makes sense now. What they're talking about is, seeing every individual that they see is evaluated on the Indiana risk assessment. And, they're saying that your low risk and the low needs people may not need to be seen as often by the probation officers. Perry County's been doing that for a long time because we only have 2 probation officers and a caseload that's almost triple what it's supposed to be. So that is something that we have utilized for a long time. And so what they're talking about is changing that fee structure, meaning that if you are on a low risk, low needs appointment time or unsupervised, that maybe you're not gonna pay the full amount. Because right now, there's no difference in the fees that are collected for those 2 things.
And the length of their probation.
So,
Is the, drug screen technician, is that, there gonna be 2?
we're
It looks like it
trying,
doubled.
we're trying.
Almost.
We've had that position open for a while now, and unfortunately, no one grows up and wants to be a urine collector. So, we're having a hard time filling that position.
Do you have one now?
We have, one now
Okay.
with corrections.
Okay. Cause I saw it has money here for 2023, 11,470,
Yeah,
and there's no money coming out.
Yeah, because we haven't been able to fill that position. We're trying to.
Well,
We're increasing the hourly pay.
Yeah, we're trying to increase the hourly
see,
pay
you
and
asked this, but there's not been any money spent out, but then there's like double next year, so. how
we
come-
thought,
Oh, increase the pay. That's still the same one.
same
I
one.
thought you were asking. for
No,
two.
we're trying to increase the pay
Like
and,
2 part-time.
yeah, we're trying to increase the pay because right now for males, we're doing,
So who's paying this right now? Community corrections?
no. That one is just sitting there. There's no money coming out of it. You're saying that no money,
Somebody's doing it, right?
Mhm.
Well, how come there's no charge?
either corrections are doing it or our probation officers are doing it. You know somebody who needs a job?
So you have no drug screen?
No, but that's what I meant. I just assumed they're
No.
probably a part-time right now doing it and there's no.
No,
money coming out.
we are sharing with,
Oh,
corrections.
so you're being efficient.
Yeah, we're trying.
Didn't expect any less from her, would you?
Thank you.
Okay.
I went through and showed them, that's what we've been doing this last time, and they've been going through, I wanted them to see all the cash balances in the funds, because I think it's important, because stagnant cash.
And again,
Yeah.
I have to trust Chris on this because I don't know what that fund has in it. I don't know.
Well, when I look up the statute of what it can be used for, it just says repealed. So what does that mean?
No, I have,
I mean, I'm
I
on
have-
Gateway. Well, based on what, or not Gateway, Indiana Code, but based on what they told me, it just says repealed.
it's not
Was it-
appealed.
what
I
did
just
that
pulled it.
Okay.
But I didn't pull the right one, but I assure you it can be used for salaries.
Yes, as long as we can prove that we're.
I was just curious
We're
if
doing
anything else out of your budget could come in here if we have $500,000.
That's
we
one
move
reason
some more
why
things over.
We took 3 though, Lucy, because we've not approved probably that 3 of us can actually do probation. The other 2, we show all 5 doing.
I mean, if it's not just salaries, I see, I don't know, maintenance contracts, I don't know what that is.
That's like the copy machine people and, like user software stuff, all of that kind of.
Testing supplies.
I need to look at circuit court and see if there's anything that you put in there that maybe we could.
Maybe. We're subject to audit on that at any time.
I mean, if this is more lenient and there's $500,000 there, I'm not saying depleted, I'm saying,
Yeah, I would just, like I said, that's a lot more than we showed that we had. But again,
You were going by budgeted amount, you weren't going by cash value.
and
You
we
were
never
only
were told
given,
what was left over. Does that make sense?
I think in a lot of,
they never knew.
It got, at one time, there was $3.11 left in that account. And so we're very frugal
For
on,
budgeted.
that was at what was left at the end of the
she
year.
said at some point there was a cash balance of $3.11.
Yes,
We've definitely checked into this because she was really, when we were doing
I
budget.
freaked out
they
when I
were
saw
like-
that balance.
I'm like, well, this is what I see, and, we got to look in, but it's community corrections and yours, cause it's all
That's not combined.
SAPS is not community corrections.
so it's just,
So if community corrections is in there, that's why that we show
I
it,
don't see,
I don't think so.
I didn't see it.
because
Kim and I went through all of it, Kim will
community
know.
corrections is a grant,
They are all grant funded, yes.
and that should be in a separate account, period.
And where's that?
On here,
Kim gets back because this
I don't
was the
see it.
confusing part for me, because the chemical testing fee and all that, they were all under location 323.
Is that corrections?
323 is you, community corrections doesn't have its own location.
I wondered about that when I was going through this book, where they at?
Community corrections, they don't have their own location,
So they're 100% grant funded, everything?
everything.
oh, so it's no different than,
No, community corrections is completely grant funded.
Yeah, and so if that money has been combined with the SAPS money,
No, it hasn't.
it has not.
But don't they do, doesn't community corrections do chemical testing too? Yes.
And their chemical testing fees that they collect for their chemical tests is how they're paying their tax.
Yes.
But right now, ours is being
So
done
they have their own little SAPS.
by the office.
Kind of.
I mean,
And they have a board, we have that,
so this isn't any of their money.
I hope not. That's Chris' question.
Be a negative,
Tracy-
no.
Tracy and I made sure
Yeah,
that.
I was gonna say, 'cause when you question that amount, that's where Kim and I got to looking and checking, and we're positive that this is all yours.
Yes, Tracy and I made sure.
Yes.
In June, I think we all, that number gave me, anxiety because I didn't believe it. And so, I still don't know if I trust it, but Chris says it's what is in there. She's the auditor.
but doesn't Kim also acknowledge that?
Yes. Mhm. Kim, you acknowledge that that's the correct number now. too.
That's your employee.
The
Cash balance?
See, this is a lot of things. The departments don't necessarily, departments have went by budgeted amount. They have never really went by cash
Cash.
balances. This is something new the departments are doing with me, because I want them to know where their funds are, both budget wise and cash wise.
I think you
And
need to know
it's
that.
a check and balance.
And
And
But I want to caution, and again, I just want to caution, and
I wonder how
my
these guys-
predecessor used that for a lot of
I do that.
full salaries and, you name it. And that's how we got down to $3.11.
They just relieve the general.
Not during the budget process anyway.
But I'm saying that took years to
Years to
accumulate.
get there, just like we talked about
I just think
earlier.
it's odd the council never really got cash balances.
David
Did
said
last
that.
year.
I didn't. Ever.
That's how they got this high.
Yeah, absolutely.
So as far as, what you're asking, I guess I'd have to see what you wanted to, move. It's not that I'm opposed, because I understand you guys are in, it's a hard budget year. In the same breath, deleting that terrifies me.
Right, and spending, like
Oh,
you
no,
and
I would
talked.
never recommend, I mean, at minimum, the 25 to 35% stays in there all the time. I think,
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I'm definitely on board with every one of these having at least 25 to 35% reserve always. But what I don't want to do is get in a situation where we're taking raises out of these excess funds, and then eventually the excess funds aren't there, and then we're in a bad situation. So if there's something like a copy machine or something, one-time expense, I'm much
I
more
would
apt to.
I would rather see, and if this is my fund, I would rather see the raises that I requested come out of there. And if you need a copy machine, talk about it, and then, okay? Because seeing what they're doing versus what other counties' employees are doing, and I'm not even asking for the same rate as what the other counties, I'm asking for the federal minimum. And so I would rather see them get paid adequately than, a one-time hit. But I feel like there's enough in there to do both right now. And I feel like the raises we could sustain. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yours is substantial, but some of them aren't, so I don't know how I pick and choose, okay, I can take your raises out, or you don't get any because
Well,
your fund's lower.
if we are paying for them ourselves, is what I'm looking at. If we are funding raises ourselves, like not coming out of county general, if you take the raises that we've requested and take them out of that supplemental probation, that's not gonna deplete that fund.
Because you're gonna have more money coming in annually.
It's just some departments don't have that, so how do they? I know, it's not,
I gotta
it's not
worry
for
about
you, it's for us, I mean, the
Because what,
public's for us.
I want my employees to get the raises. I don't feel like it's fair. Especially knowing something's gotta give, like there's a breaking point for everybody. And I feel like they do a lot more than what other courts are asking their employees to do, and I just feel like it's fair.
Well,
And I also understand where you guys are at. And I guess my answer to your question about the other departments is that if my raises aren't coming out of the county general, that maybe leaves some more wiggle room for you guys in other areas. You know what I mean? So that helps, and then also if they question it, then it's a fund that's within the circuit court that no taxpayer is paying for.
I don't think we're to the wage part yet, but, where we have to really look at the study versus what it says and the low and mid and highs and where they fall in there. And, when I talked to, I called Wagner Irwin Shealy, I think it was Lori, I think that's who I talked to. I was very confused about this wage study because it was before my time. I remember hearing about it. I know we paid $20-something thousand to have it. And I said, what are we supposed to do with this? Like, it doesn't make sense to me. I feel like we have half the information. We don't have the other half. I feel like you gave us this. Now you didn't tell us, like, what are options to implement it. And so she said at the time when this happened, that the then auditor at that time, she asked her if we wanted to schedule a meeting to go over the rest of it. And I guess it was decided that we didn't need that, or they didn't want to do that at that time. So we don't have that other half of the equation. And with the budget being this quick, there was no time to do it. She said she could hop on a Zoom with us, but here we are.
Yeah.
So there's certain things that she mentioned to me about, you can't just pick and choose, this one gets a raise, this one doesn't, because there could be discrimination there. You have to look at the categories.
I can also say that the circuit court is exempt from that. The circuit court can determine what their employees are paid. I don't want to throw around the word mandate, okay? And I feel like I'm dancing around it. Does that make sense? I'm just saying that I have a fund that's capable of giving the raises that are requested without any taxpayer dollars being affected. And I also know that I have case law to back it up, that I can do that. And I'm not saying that other departments don't work hard. I know they do. I'm just saying that for years, I feel like that their wages have been neglected. And I just think it's fair. We're not asking, nobody's buying a brand new Mercedes or anything like that with the increases. And I do know that the circuit courts in general they're not treated the same as other county offices. And if we can fund our own, that's a plus for you guys, because like I said, that's more wiggle room for you guys whenever you're looking at auditor's office or treasurer or someone like that. See, that's the bonus. That's the cherry on top. It's not taxpayer funded at all for those raises. And if you need something, I mean, I can pull up authority. I think I sent it to you guys before.
Where you
About
can
their-
mandate it.
Yeah, about their wages. I don't want to. I mean, I'm just saying, I can pay it out of this, so it doesn't seem like it's, to me, this seems like a no-brainer. Like, okay, so where she asked for the wages to come out of county general? No. Put it out, take it out of stats.
That's something
Can
you
I
have
say
to,
something? Am I allowed to say something? Rachel has the funds to sustain hers too. You're saying that they're not sustainable. Most of us do have it, that we can sustain it with our, so I just want to make that clear. Not just the judge, but me and Rachel for sure.
There you go. So that gives you guys good to run, hopefully.
the rest of that study, what she was saying is, so there's a section in that study in the second half of it, when, not just the
The one
county.
that you didn't
No.
get, the part that you didn't get?
No, I got it.
Okay, okay.
There's two parts to the study. So the first part shows the different counties and the low, medium, and high points. And then the second part of it breaks them down by category, by job description, and they did that. They put them and they said, all these people are considered secretaries, admin assistants, clerical, whatever. And it's my understanding, and we can get clarification from Lori, but from talking to her, you would have to set a parameter within that, and some of these fall within that. The ones that you're asking for increases, at least one of them. Because that's what I was looking at whenever I was talking to her. And she said you would have to set a parameter like, okay, all the lows need to be worked up to the mids. That's a parameter, but all of them would have to be done like that. So you couldn't pick one and just say, okay, this one's going, but not this one. She said it would have to be the same rule for everybody in that
I thought
category.
I asked for all of them.
Well, you might have, but then there's other departments that have clerical and admin assistants. So we would have to, whatever.
So when you say one of them, you're not talking about one of my employees?
One of yours is in there, like I see here,
She's just saying the whole county in general.
yes, you have to,
Secretary.
all the people from all the departments that are in that category as clerical, admin assistant, secretary.
But
that
not the
type of-
judge's office, that's,
They were in there.
okay.
We can get clarification,
Yeah,
but she
and I
was
can-
very adamant that we don't pick one out, and so,
Okay.
I don't know.
Hang on just a second.
And she would know, but we can talk about that when we get to it.
But I think she's saying that she would be accepted from that
Yeah,
exhibit, whatever.
I don't know, I'm just,
Court's a whole separate entity.
Yeah.
hang on just a second.
yeah, right here.
She go outside.
I would just wanna make sure with her
Goes on
that
Bill Fire.
we're okay to do
I
that,
think she
because,
needed the bathroom.
which, the direction the group would wanna go.
I'm almost ready for it.
I thought it was important to say that. Maybe nobody else talked to Wagner Shealy, but
Well, as long as all the departments, all the other departments understand that if the circuit court is completely different.
Yeah, and I'm trying to find. Sorry, I have to go back.
we can do the wages later. I just want to bring that up. I didn't print that off. I need to print that when we talk about wages. We can look at it.
Great one.
That other half of that wage study, not just the, And I also, I'm just gonna go on the record and say I feel like the wage study is skewed, because if we're looking at it based on population,
That's why I feel the fact book's more accurate.
Is that other paper that you gave me?
Yeah, I honestly, I understand, I wasn't here when the wage study was done. And then I got this fact book last month, and I know that at the beginning of the year, you know, we got emails with all this information. And the fact book, with us being members of AIC, we get it. And it puts everything into, like counties, you know, population similar. So I feel the fact book
Okay,
is good information.
well, our population might be really close to Spencer County, but their assessed value is like 3 times higher than ours.
all right, I
So
got
they
this,
have higher revenue.
I got this from the General Counsel of the Supreme Court, stated March 9th, 2023. I'd like to read it verbatim, if that's okay. Dear Judge Goffnet, you inquired about your authority as judge to determine whether court employees are paid hourly or salary. As judge, you set all terms and conditions of employment for court employees, and this includes but is not limited to decisions about hourly versus salary, holidays, and FLSA classifications. The courts are not a department of the county. The courts are a separate branch of government and cannot be subject to interference by any other branch of government. Article 3, Section 1 of the Indiana Constitution established that the judiciary is a separate state power from the legislative and executive branches. The trial court judges of Indiana are officials of the state rather than county officials. Indiana law reveals that judges of Indiana Circuit, Superior, or county courts are judicial officers of the state judicial system. They are not county officials. This is Pruitt versus Kimbrough, found at 536, the Federal Supplemental, page 764. That county courts in Indiana are exclusively units of the judicial branch in the state's constitutional system. Withholding holiday pay from court employees, that's from another case they cited, and it says, each judge has the right to hire, fire, set conditions of employment for the staff of the court. Without such power, the judge would not be independent of the administrative and executive branch of the county where the court sits. The principle that the judiciary has the right to establish conditions of employment, including reasonable pay for judicial staff, is well established. The court has inherent and constitutional authority to employ necessary personnel, which to perform its inherent and constitutional functions, and to fix the salary of such personnel within reasonable standards, and to require appropriation of payment thereof. The issue of judicial independence regarding employment practices was most recently examined in Hendrickson County versus Green. This case confirmed that while the county is responsible for funding salaries and benefits of court employees, the courts have control over the terms and conditions of employment. The Office of the Attorney General has addressed this issue twice in relationship to prosecutors. In an official opinion of 2001-11, the Attorney General wrote that judges and prosecuting attorneys have been found by the Supreme Court to be not state, county, or township officers, but rather are officers of the circuit. Although the county funds the trial courts and prosecutors, the staff of the offices are employees of the state official and not county employees. The state officials establish the terms of the employment of their staff. The opinion of the Attorney General, Steve Carter, was affirmed in official opinion 2010-4. Attorney General Zeller. The opinion relies in large part on Woolley versus Washington of Marion County Small Claims Court. In that case, the Indiana Court of Appeals laid out explicitly the independence of the executive and legislative branches from the judiciary, and the judiciary from the executive and legislative branches. A court is permitted to issue a mandate for reasonable funding even if the court's operations have not been impaired, but there is a clear and present danger of future impairment. The annual salaries of court employees fall within the court's mandate authority and may be ordered paid at levels sufficient to attract and retain qualified persons. In sum, you have the authority to set the manner of pay for your court employees. If you are unable to resolve any disputes with the county over proper funding or salaries, then you may resort to the use of mandates if you deem it necessary to maintain court operations. This is from Heather Fox, who is the Deputy General Counsel of the Indiana Supreme Court. I can get you a copy of this if you guys need it. And so I'm not asking that it come out of county general. Because again, whenever I prepared that budget for you, I was unaware of certain issues that you would be facing this budget session. If the bonuses, not bonuses, but the increase could come out of that supplemental adult probation fund, I am completely and totally okay with that if it frees up money from you. If you see something that you feel like that is in county general that could be paid out of that fund, I'm willing to discuss it. I've always been willing to work with you guys. Again, I had no idea that that fund was as high as it is. So, does anybody want a copy of this?
I have it.
You have it, yeah, okay, all right. All right,
I think I may have that already.
You have it.
Yeah.
The handbook committee has it.
okay, yeah. So, anything else regarding that?
Thanks.
And again, when you get there, if there's questions about what can come in and what can come out, just let me know. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Earl got some new clothes.
I do. I'm gonna come dressed tomorrow.
You wanna take a break?
Yeah.
Yeah, take it.
Okay.
Pretty good dog.
Yeah, she's awful sweet.
She's awesome.
Did Katie bring that for you?
Yeah.
That's nice.
And a blanket,
I'm asking her.
Oh.
Little lap blanket for you.
Kelly, I got a blanket. Can we mute it? A lap blanket. Can you mute it?
Shirley, I'll get some.
You can at least mute it.
Okay, bring it on again. We're back to the.
Well, is that how you normally do it? You just start at the beginning and,
Yeah,
I mean, you don't really prioritize anything or, I don't know.
We'll just start in the front. Last year we did anyway.
what were you wanting to do?
Well, I don't know. I was just curious how it worked. I didn't know if we set priorities and put them in order or.
Last year we kind of went through the book and then come back and visited where we wanted to. Later on.
You're on page 1.
Yeah. Okay, what do we want to do with the salary? I know in the past, like Stan was saying, we used to remove those raises and then we would bring what we could back in, but, you know.
I
That's a lot of
wonder
work
if
taking those out like that.
can we put the salaries off to the end and see where we're at with them? Let's, then come back and decide how much raise you.
Well, I guess you could look at.
I would think that we could, pull the longevity out fairly easy. If we go start pulling the, salaries out, you're looking about quite a bit. If we pull the longevity out and then come back and maybe put them back in at the end. If we
There's money.
Well, there's other things we can do besides longevity too. You know, we can, if you come in under budget, we
There's actually no,
bonuses, you know.
We can always put the
Much in
longevity back in.
is there? There's not much in longevity, is there?
Not near as much.
15.
Overall, how much?
51,000, I believe. Longevity.
So with the hospital and all the other additions, what's the total we have to pay?
Oh, good God. So out of, okay, so
You know, with the, yeah.
we're looking at just the levies. Okay,
Now.
so that is that. So we added 406,050,
And we added,
Plus
2,000.
4,500,
And we had that 2,000 on the William Hill Senior.
the 2,000.
Now, you need to subtract that 40,000.
Then I need to subtract off 10 or 50. We need to subtract off 40,
10.
And
the 10, because we moved it to
The
Riverboat.
40 from the family shelter.
And then we need to, where's 73, 71?
That's PSAC. That's not, I don't think we need to
If we
pay that
have
out of general.
If we have it,
We just said we had a balance of 145.
and we are gonna owe 46, 71, 250, and
We don't owe the 250.
we will, maybe.
For 2024 budget, hold on, I need to start over. For the 2023 budget, we could possibly owe 46,500 is what you're saying.
Right. So take that off the,
There's 104,
and then we have to fund 250 somewhere. I totally agree, we can maybe look at a grant, but we can't bank on getting a grant.
Isn't
We
that
have to fund
46, or what are you? is
And
that-
71.
Is that additional appropriation?
I think we need to ask Steve about that, because I don't know anything about that.
It is an additional, but it's gotta come from somewhere.
Yeah. But we don't know if we owe it.
He
Yeah,
said we're gonna owe it in October. You can get him in here and ask him.
Because I remember the number, well, I've got them.
how would we owe that?
Somehow, there was a $30,000 deficit, and then Tell City and Council didn't pay
And he
their half,
has
only
here-
paid half,
Now, that
so.
I can see we. could
Currently,
owe.
right now, there's a debt for the 2023 negative, there's a deficit of 46,555, but I don't know if that's a projection or if that's a definite. Want to
I
come
think it's
here?
a definite.
So they're asking about this right here. So
Yes.
Kelly's concerned about budget, what we need to, additional funds that
This
we
year,
need to add to the budget for this year.
Okay,
Is this a definite or will we not know this number till January?
That's a definite.
it's a definite.
That's a definite this year. We owe that in 2023, or we will not be able to pay Tell City the last dispatch service fee for the last month.
So the 30,000 deficit plus the difference of what Candleton and
That's correct. Yes.
Troy didn't.
And
So
there
that's-
should be plenty of money to come under the dedicated to PSAP fund.
Yeah.
The same place the 71,000 is coming for next year.
the budget that we
But
adopted.
I
And
thought-
next year-
I know, but I thought your expenses haven't been, for 2023 have not occurred yet.
You agreed to it,
That's what we agreed to.
so
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
We agreed to this. We agreed to the 220, okay?
And we also
next year
agreed
it's
to
that.
the additional 31.
But the deficit, we wouldn't know until January.
That is correct.
So we don't owe anything yet.
Other than what we have committed to. Yeah.
But
We
by the end of
committed to
23.
220.
Plus the additional 31.
yes.
See, that's where I'm getting confused, because just like in 2022, they had a surplus of 146 or
They did-
159.
They just took it off their part. Right?
I get that, but the way I understood it was then, okay, if they would have come to a negative at the end of that, we would have had to make that up. But they didn't come to a negative in 2022, so that positive just was subtracted off of what they paid. How do we know it's September? How do we already know they're at a deficit of 46,555?
We will not know until January of 2024 when we get the report from Tell City.
Correct, so we don't know that.
But they weren't paid in 23.
That's correct.
We're not paying we only agreed to pay 220. Why would we have to pay more than that if there's not a deficit?
During the joint meeting.
We agreed to that
Yeah.
31,000.
Yeah, and
City
this
Council,
year the
they agreed to
71.
To the deficit.
Because I requested the.
That's why I
the mayor
wanted
to
billing
split
as it
in
comes
half,
in.
and he said no,
So
or
we
the
don't
council never moved.
overfund.
That doesn't to me, this is just Chris talking, that doesn't make sense, because how, you
I
were at a
agree.
positive of 159 in 2022, and nothing was done about that. You see what I'm saying?
They
So,
said that was.
They took it off their
was-
part.
They said that was miscattered or wasn't properly, expenses weren't properly put into the PSAP,
The city.
the city side.
Right, because they were down dispatchers. that
They
were
said something about
underfunded.
insurance is what I was hearing at first, it's due to the insurance.
That's kind of why whenever we were at that meeting and I was talking about insurance, I totally understand they
There,
were
is it this right
budgeting
here?
the max of 160 just in case, but if it comes in under that, I only want to pay what's under that. But we didn't agree to that. We agreed to pay the max.
I agree that we agreed that if there's a deficit, to pay the deficit, but you don't even know if there is a deficit yet, it's October.
That's correct.
I understand that, but
If there's a deficit, we will pay it, but you don't know that, you won't know
at the
that
joint
deficit
meeting, it
till
was agreed
January.
on, you would pay it. I know
You
what
would
you're
pay
saying.
it if there's a deficit. You would pay it, you guys agreed, you would pay it if there was a deficit. Right?
They agreed at the joint meeting that would be Perry County share to pay,
Yes,
including the 31,000 something. Keith brought up at the meeting about sharing that cost between city and the county, and they decided no. The
They
county,
they've never moved on it, so.
that's right.
and then it was just approved again, the same way, for
That's correct.
71,000 next year.
So basically, we need to add
73,000.
we need to add 340 plus 73,161, because no matter what, we're gonna have to pay it.
I believe that's how this council voted on it.
That's correct.
I guess I misunderstood it. I was present at that meeting. I thought we would pay it if there was a deficit. That there was no guarantee there was gonna be a deficit because these were estimated expenditures. So that's the way I
See,
understood
if we
it.
build as they come in and it only, the expenses, that would be correct, but we don't do that. And that's part of the problem.
That amount will be maxed out at the 340.
And that's why I voted no. I'm just gonna go on the record.
All right. Thank you, Steve.
And then when you get back to it, technically, it's the county's responsibility, it's to pay it all.
Mhm.
Correct.
But I don't want to pay more than what dispatch services are costing,
Well, they're just saying, I mean, I see what they're saying. Tell City share was 217 or whatever last year. They may have only paid 150,000, but they're saying we don't even have to pay 150,000, so
Right.
the deficit's still your deficit. I think is that your understanding?
Yes.
And I'm okay with it as long as we're paying itemized
Thanks,
invoices
Thank you.
and paying only the, so I'm okay with that. But we didn't set that up. Nobody said that in their motion or anything, so I don't know what we have to do.
That's totally not how I interpreted. I interpreted we pay the 345, blah, blah, blah. And if there was a deficit and off of these numbers, we would be at a deficit of 71 or whatever it is. And then we would pay that. That's the way I understood.
So what
I didn't
we're
understand
actually
it
doing,
either.
we're agreeing to pay a deficit off of budgeted figures.
Absolutely,
Yes.
that's why we should
That's
do
fine.
that.
I don't know why we're doing that.
Because
Well, technically, we're paying it all. So,
I'm okay with paying it all actual figures,
yes, I am too.
but we need to add it. Cause I think we're gonna have to owe it.
So do we want to talk about general first? What was the amount, we had added 2,000 and what was the additional for ambulance services that we added out of the commissioners? Or
Are you for the public safety?
no, I'm
No,
talking about
you're talking
general right now. Let's focus on
It was
the
the 400
Is it 460,
Hold on,
no, 400,
406, 500?
yeah.
got too many papers. Here, I got it. Capital was 460, 500.
400, 605.
Okay, so 40605.
And 2,000.
So we need to add 406,
No,
Oh,
400,
402.
605.
426. We're doing, this is for
20.
$40,000. 2,605. Okay. 40,000 minus 10,000 minus,
Just need to have a difference, right?
that's
From what we had
352.
in this, not added.
605.
It's just the difference,
So
right?
that's a difference, so we're gonna add 343. That's cutting 695,605 from your levies. Cause we were at, well, no,
And that's at leaving
that's,
cash in general what it is.
no. No,
What is it with leaving cash in general what it is?
so you're wanting the 570,
I just like.
you're
to
wanting
know.
the 570, or the 543? Yeah, the
I'd just like to start with the worst case scenario and see.
543, 102. $895,707. 895,707 is what you need to cut from your max levy funds.
And that's without touching any general. That's leaving it. I mean, the excess, dipping into any,
Yeah, that's not,
that's what I mean.
And when you were adding those, the 400, whatever, you were just adding the difference between what we had in here, 215 and
Mhm.
it's like 185 or whatever. Right?
Crap.
Did you add the deficit for this or piece?
No, PSAP's not in here. Actually, that's not right because I already had budgeted 415, so we don't need
No,
to add the
215.
215, just the difference.
Maybe 215 off that.
I gotta take 215 off of that.
There's one
because
more also off. Oh, that's capital, I think.
That's
I think I
capital,
got
that's
that
a
already.
different.
When that on this page,
Okay, so here's what it is. So we technically 402,605 minus 215 because we already had budgeted 215. So we need to add 187,605. Okay,
Why'd you say 402.6?
because we had the 2,000,
Oh, okay.
the 2,000
I got it.
additional with the, okay? So 187,605 minus the 40 from animal shelter, minus the 10 that we moved to Riverboat, that puts us at needing to add 137,605, 137,605 plus 543. That puts us at 680, 605. So 680, 605. Sorry, I know it took us a little bit around the corner to get to that number. 680, 605.
And that's to cut off the max levy.
Cut off the max levy, which needs to come out of general, reassess, health, or cum cap.
And that does not include the 73, because that's
Piece.
something totally different. The 250 is different.
So I'd say you guys focus on the max levies first, and then you can take everything else fund by fund, but you guys do however you wish. Which would be your general, health, reassessment, and cum cap.
Cause that's where we gotta cut the
Yes.
680,
605.
605.
And that would be with taking no reserve.
I would leave it, yeah,
That's leaving it the way it is, whatever it is.
leaving it the exact way it
Okay.
is. That's not touching any cash balance.
Okay.
Okay. So we're beginning with the,
Let me do it one more time, just so I can make sure I'm, okay, so 406,
I feel like we're leaving something out.
400, 605 plus 2,000 minus 215 minus 40, 10. It's 137, 605. 605, 540. Is it 543 or 534 or 543?
I wrote 43.
Yeah. 137, 605 and 543. So 680, 605.
Is lit public safety commissioners where the capital dollars?
So that's
what?
yeah,
Yeah,
bridge there.
So we need to add another
Cum cap, right?
400,000 in
Cum
there.
cap,
Right.
not
Cum
cum
cap.
bridge.
Okay.
Cum cap.
It's got cum bridge here.
Coming up the same figure, Chris?
Yep, 680,605 is what you need to cut.
where are you cutting that off of? What's the figure that you're,
From what, Robert Norris gave us, the 543, 120.
that's because we got other funds in here.
Yes.
When we're looking at this county general, it's not just levy. There's
Right,
other
you've
funds.
got it, there's other funds other than just county general and the levy, so
Cause we got,
he's,
there's over 6 million in county general,
Mhm.
but that includes
Well,
not
it's right
only
here.
levy funds, it also
Cum
includes
bridge, health.
other.
cum
Well,
cap,
no.
not cum bridge.
I'm just
That's
looking at county
Yeah,
general.
it's there.
Should be cum cap.
Is that right? Is that the right figure?
That's all it goes.
That first page, Chris, right here. It says Cum bridge here, 4062.
That was coming out here. Want to see my cap? No, I got it. I'm just looking at from our note from Robert Norris. His name, max levy, assessed. It is cum bridge. Thought it was cum cap, I apologize. It is cum bridge, you're right. And we originally had this number of 569, 689, but that didn't include all of our circuit breaker. So that's where he came up. You see that email that he sent with the 543, 120. Just getting my notes together here.
Yeah, he said Cum bridge.
Yep, he did. Minus,
Yeah, the 3 levy funds are general, Kim Bridge, and health.
hospital, slash rental. $10,000 in shelter. Minus 10,000. If you add in that 20, because remember his number was 543, 120, not rounded up, that add
120 or 102?
543, 120.
120.
20.
I'm looking at his email.
Okay.
That gives you 867.25. So if you want to do exact numbers instead of rounding.
He said if you're wanting to operate at a balance of 1 million.
Yep.
But we'll be more than that.
Well, because you're ending at 1.4, but that's not counting additional appropriations.
You think about 400,000 by the end of the year? I don't know.
I mean, I'm just saying you're
Good.
very well could,
Operative attorney.
so that's where I would start, is cutting 860 or 680 from the
680 or 800?
680, I'm sorry, 680
680, 605.
from the max levies, from your levy funds. So I'm,
Okay, we want to begin within the clerk. And what's our, what do we want to do about salaries at this time?
I feel like we need to take them out, see where we're at. Also, the longevity,
I mean, it doesn't mean it's permanent. It
because
just
we've
means
never
start
voted on the longevity yet anyway. Not that I know of, that we're gonna do it, so I think that should be a vote on the longevity of the council.
But it will be.
Yeah.
It'll have to be.
Yeah.
Because it's in the budget, so it's.
Yeah.
It's for next year, it's not for this year, so.
I mean, what's the worst case? You take them out and then you add them back at the end? I don't know.
Take 7.
Well, we went through this
It's not that
process
you're not saying
before.
you're not going to, you're saying I wanna take them out and see where we end up and then
They
figure out
come
what we
back.
have.
Well, the thing is, before, we included the raises, and then we had to cut, and then we'd go back and say, well, that's too much raises, then they'd go back and refigure, and then we'd have to go cut again, so they'd have to recut, so we need to know how much we got to work with if we take the raises out.
Okay, you can take, I guess you can take those out, but in these departments where we actually have a change in number of employees, you need to leave them there, I would think, like the clerk's office. You wouldn't want to go back to what it was in 2003,
23?
because, or 2023,
Well, you'd take if you're saying the person's not
Right.
gonna be eliminated, you take that one out.
right.
Yeah, but probably like in the clerk's office, if, we don't give the raises, Rachel may say, well, then I will have to have a third, add that person back in.
I don't think that,
May, I will.
I don't think that makes a lot of sense if you're doing the work in the same amount of hours.
That's another discussion, Anna. But,
I mean, if it's overtime, I agree, you know, but I mean, I'm not saying I'm against paying more, I'm just saying if you can do it without an employee with a raise, you should be able to do it without an employee without a raise. I'm not suggesting we do that, but that's what makes sense to me.
I think you should listen to the other elected officials too, who are doing their job to save county dollars. They're not doing it to put more work on their people. It's a group effort where they're trying to do what's best for the county.
And again, I
I
will say
agree,
that I'm not
yeah.
against raises. I'm saying if it takes this much time and you're saying you can do that job in the same amount of time with one less person, it shouldn't matter whether there's a raise or not. It's the same, you can do it. If you can do it, you can do it. I'm not saying we shouldn't reward it or there shouldn't be stipends or additional pay. I'm just saying that's what makes sense to
No,
me.
we need to cut 680. Okay. And however we get there, we have to do that. Was there a vote to take the raises out or?
I mean, it would just be
the
temporary,
way it
right?
is.
And see at the end. It's not like
Yeah,
you're
it'd
just
be
saying
at the
no
end, we'll
raises.
see
Yeah.
how much.
Just figure the salaries last.
It's not a permanent. It's just, you're just
Yeah,
asking to remove
yeah.
them right now to see
Yeah,
where we
and
end up.
I hope to give raises, but, we take last year's budget and, on the salaries and,
On this.
It only
See
makes
where
sense
we're
to
at.
figure out what we can give them. I mean, to take it out now and then figure out what we can give them.
otherwise we would have cut goods and services.
That's kind of where I was
You know.
saying we should probably have a priority list, because are the raises at the end of the priority list, or should they be at the
That's what I'm
top, or should they be in the
saying, is
middle?
at the
I don't know.
end, yeah.
I mean, what are the priorities? That's why I don't understand how this works.
Last
But-
year they did the wages last. So
Yeah.
you would just, so like, if you're starting right here, getting you guys going, you would put 44,500 for the elected officials, so that would be taking off 2,000. And then you would go on down and put this first chief deputy just at 33. So then you're gonna have to give me time, cause I gotta,
And you're gonna change all your benefits,
you're
your
gonna-
social security.
yeah,
and
it's gonna
everything.
change all the numbers. It's gonna take me time
Yeah, it's gonna take a lot of time.
to
Well,
figure
that's
that.
what they used to do. I mean, they'd
Well, it's a
go
little-
back
it's a
to
little
the,
different.
we'd have to take a break, and they'd go back and figure it, and
Mhm.
then they say,
Yeah.
okay, we're back now,
So we
so.
also got.
Well, I do
in
think
mind-
the wages are totally separate, because we do have to look at that study. We should,
You gotta keep in mind too
and
that
figure out where everybody's at.
the clerk, the auditor, and the recorder have their perpetual funds that they can
Mhm.
sustain big chunk of the raises. So back there, we're dealing with like second deputies and stuff like that, or.
Paying some of
and
that
then
out.
The treasurer and who'd be the other office that does not have perpetual.
I
funds.
won't have enough to, my plat book's
But-
not enough to.
So the amount we actually have to. The DBF would be less, but they can support a lot of the raise themselves.
Clerk and
In fact,
recorder can, yes.
they can sustain the raise,
Yes. we can
those
sustain
officers
it.
can, yeah.
What do you wanna do, David? Take out the races or not?
Well, I guess we need
I
to,
mean,
it's gonna take some time though to do it.
cause we don't know if we can give that much of a raise for, either, and I don't know how we're gonna figure out the raises either, so
At the hospital first.
that's another story we'll have to discuss.
Why don't you guys decide on your
If we-
house, or your ambulance service first, what's your, start there? Cause that's a huge chunk. Start on your commissioner's budget, all your additionals, your private sectors. Cause that's a starting spot
Yeah.
in the general.
Yeah.
Put it on page 14.
Mhm.
Well, longevity for us, I don't think we should get it. Okay, personally.
Well, that's
No.
not for us.
I
Oh,
wanna take
okay,
out
for commissioners.
longevity.
They shouldn't get it
I
either.
mean,
We shouldn't get it, nor should they.
Okay, so you want to take out
I
the
don't think-
850?
elected
Right now.
officials, period.
I agree.
Should we vote or whatever to take out longevity on everything until at the end?
That would be an easy
It'd be easy
50,000.
to take out all you.
It'd be an easy 50,000 to pick
So
up.
if we take out longevity right
Then we
off the
vote
bat,
on
you-
whether we keep it or
We'd
not.
vote on who we give it
Yeah.
back to.
We
Yeah,
have to readjust social security and all that.
Longevity wouldn't come into play on social security though, will it?
Because
Yes,
it's wages.
it's just not subject to salary increases, is it?
Huh?
But
It just wouldn't be subject to salary increases in the future, or is it?
The longevity, which I sent you guys, which we're starting out at the base, and I think starts at 50 on year 3.
I don't think elected officials should get longevity. I don't think we need to
No,
be
elected
promoting.
officials should.
If we're not getting raises, we shouldn't be voting on bonus, but an extra,
No,
basically.
That's just
So
how I.
I agree with you. When I seen it.
we're
I
trying
thought that was wrong.
to, we're trying to do is keep the employees that we
Right.
have. And
Employees.
the elected officials are, somebody said they're actually not.
Well, I knew my salary going in and I was okay with it, so. Fine.
This is just a starting point. It's not like you have to decide.
I think we
right
could
this
pull the
moment in time.
51,000 out and leave the social security and
It's
that
just
alone for now,
for now.
rather
Okay.
than going back and figuring just
So we're gonna pull
that
all
part.
of the longevity, that's 51,700. Okay, SERS has to stay the way it is. All right, David, take over.
Well, this is kind of confusing because we're removing 51,000, but it's not coming out of this budget. It's coming out of all budgets.
All the general, so I
So
would
do we need to do them individually?
I think you need to do it each time.
each individually, okay, sounds good.
I don't know how you're gonna ever get
All
anywhere.
right. None of the upper dollars amounts can really change, like, that's all. So
What?
you're down to SERS.
What do you mean they can't?
I mean, you can, but your retirement, that's a percentage, you guys aren't gonna change. You're not gonna lower your guys' amount, are you?
That's the commissioner's fee.
This is commissioners.
Well, I will say this, that when I talked to that, who was it I talked to about this?
Lori?
It might have been Lori. I'll have to go back and confirm, but she said, we do not, if our county is opting in for these, like commissioner, council, coroner, surveyor, if we're opting to pay this perk, it's because we want to, not
Oh.
because we have to. She did say that. And I said, well, I don't know why we're paying it then.
She's saying the.
For the non-full-time, like for the, only the certain ones, she said,
Council.
council,
Part-time,
commissioner,
part-time.
coroner, surveyor. She said she indicated to me that we did not have to pay that. And I'm okay with not getting hurt because I'm not gonna be here for 10 years. I have no plans to be a lifelong politician, so elected official,
I'd say it's something we'd have to look at.
and I don't want it anyways.
Good.
I was told whenever I
They
started, we
take it
had
out
to,
anyway.
but if we don't have to, I think
Yeah,
we shouldn't.
should be like the insurance, basically.
We can confirm
You
with
know,
Lori.
part-time.
But I mean, if we don't have to do that, take it out. I think. That's $4,600.
We'll put a question mark there. I don't know how we're gonna know this for this budget though.
Ask Lori.
Huh?
Call that Wagner Shilling.
I guess you could start it. SERS, 45,000. I don't think you do anything about that.
Nope, it's set.
50 for drug testing, 15, 20 for association duties, consulting services.
What is that consulting?
Consulting services, 3,000. I don't know.
It's always been in there. Is that we use Dosset, we use different things. We've already used 2,700 of it.
I like to know what it is, but I don't know.
Consulting services, so
They
you,
said we expended 3,000 already on it.
yeah, that's
We've used 2,700 of it already.
We
budgeted
adopted
27.
it, yeah.
Yeah, budgeted was
So we
27.
they overspent it already.
Attorney, I'd like to see what an attorney for the council and commissioners would charge just to do a as-needed basis. What's
To
the
be honest,
hourly
I mean,
rate?
a lot of this stuff is that if you're gonna do a lot of checking up, that probably should have been done from June to August, not the day of the budget session. Just being honest, we
Well,
don't.
this isn't my budget, so I'm just
Yeah,
making
basically,
recommendations.
it's holding them for a retainer, because,
Availability.
if you don't have somebody on retainer, then you'd have to call around. If they can't
I
do
think
it,
that would
then
be an absolutely
yeah, I
nightmare.
think that'd be a nightmare.
So if we kept everything the same, cause I'm trying to write down in the book as we go, so. Did 1520, consultant services 3,000, are we doing any changes?
I didn't think so at this
Okay.
time.
29,
So at the top, the only thing we removed was longevity, everything else is staying.
So this attorney, there's no projection of a raise or anything there?
You didn't ask for anything different?
Okay.
Last year, Ride Solutions
I'm surprised they didn't come to the,
Didn't get
David
any.
Attorney's up there.
had 6,000.
No, it's
I
just
think we
account.
need to go line item by line item. No sense just jumping around.
Right, that's what I'm saying. If we want, David, do you want to take it line item by item?
That's what
Because I
we're
don't know where are we at?
We're at 500, the County Commissioners Association dues.
Okay, gotcha.
Where did you go, Stan? You went down to Right
Oh, yeah.
Solutions.
I can't hardly hear you then.
We're on that,
Right here.
line item
Life Spring.
31112.
Okay,
Yep, right above it, right?
okay.
Then Life Springs Health System, 111,155, you can't do anything with that. That's step by state. Legal Services, 4,500, or no, Bureau
burial.
Associates, 4,500. I don't think you want to change that.
No.
That one in Barry GP.
Memorial Day expense, 600.
What's that?
We give $200 on Memorial Day to that legal or Legion,
Both Legions.
By
and VFW.
VFW,
VFW for flags.
No,
$1,000 travel. I guess that's for commissioners to attend
Yeah.
state meeting. That's probably not excessive. Telephone, 18,600. That's more there because we took all, from all departments and brought it into the commissioner's budget.
Who does that not include? The jail?
Jail and health and soil and water pays their own.
Who? Jail and,
Health and
Jail,
soil
health.
and water pay their own.
that's why you were asking why the jail, was it jail?
Yep.
It's because they pay their own, I guess. Is that,
Does the highway pay their own?
Mhm. Yeah, I would pay their own, yeah.
so we have,
That's internet.
internet 1440.
What says 120 a month?
That's reasonable. That's for the whole courthouse.
Dang. That's good.
We have to pay $495 for 15 report. Indiana 15 Regional Planning Commission,
Can't do anything about that.
12,461. They do a lot of work for us. We do get grants that probably pays for that. Official bonds, insurance, 4,000. That we have to have. Liability insurance, 147.
I will tell you guys on these amounts for the insurance, we had to do, there's an additional appropriation for both of these, in September. So these amounts weren't enough.
How much? Do you know?
It was about $5,100 total, right? I can look it up real quick.
I thought ours went down. I thought our liability
Oh,
insurance
yeah,
went
they
down.
said it was going to, but then that was based off of the 2023. Then when they submitted it, so they just.
Remember when they came and they said it, you
Yes.
actually have a
10%,
decrease?
yeah. You can explain that, because we did the same thing. I'm like, wait a minute, at our meeting, you said it
Why
was
did
gonna
it go
go
up?
down. You wanna explain that?
They just basically said it was based on the 23. They didn't have the exact numbers, and then it only increased a short amount for their fee or whatever. And then on the, like the group insurance, on the umbrella, the package one, we deleted a couple of vehicles and just changed a few things, so that price went down a little bit. But
So how
they
did it go
tried
up?
to bring it up too.
How did we go up? They changed their
The
fee
number-
to go up
It was the.
after our quote?
I'm trying to find an email real quick. Surely not.
Sounds
I mean, I can see if we added something, if we were adding things that they didn't know about.
Things- They're saying that was based off of 2023 numbers, and
Kelly, are we insured everything we got? Or are we insuring stuff we don't have? Did you get all that lined out?
No,
You
I've
haven't
looked
had
through
time.
some of it, but I have not been able to
Okay.
get through every single piece of equipment.
We made a dent in it. There were
Yeah.
the vehicles.
That's a big job.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So is this, weren't we covering the building up in Hamilton, the annex, and we have been for 2 or 3 years? We
That
don't
was,
own it,
that was removed.
and we don't own it?
Correct.
Okay, correct. I would think that would be significant decrease.
Not as much as you would think, but yes.
Depends what the value of that building was.
I thought it was for quite a bit.
assessed it.
That's true.
Apparently it wasn't worth it.
I'd like to look at those sometime if you can send me that.
Okay. I emailed her back on August 24th. Leo, we are concerned regarding the renewal amounts. We understood the coverage stayed the same. However, the bid packet amounts that were turned in do not match the renewal amounts that were submitted. The renewal came back higher than the bid amounts.
They knew we weren't bidding on 2023 because we already have that. So I don't think.
To be honest, we know now more, we know more now than what we did then. You know, when I reached out to bid this out, I'd never done this before. I thought it was kind of just like your house and your car, you send them your current coverage, you know, here you go. There's a lot more to it. And so I feel like we need to start this process. I started it in June, thinking we'd be okay to have it by the end of July. This is probably something that needs to be started in March. And a lot of information. So, it's something I would like to look at doing again, but,
Is that something that has to go back to the commissioners? Because they opened the bids and approved it at something, and now if it's gonna be more.
Randy had to review all of it.
The pricing discrepancy, the package and umbrella bid was based on last year's information, since, they did not have the, updates on the policy at their meeting. Let's see. Received last year's information. When it was received, they revised the app.
I can see if we're adding
and they revised
more.
the quote.
I can see it, but if we're taking stuff away, I don't get it.
Cost of things have went up too, so I really can't argue a whole lot.
And then like the drone, they researched, and the estimate for the bid does not look like to have the correct broker's taxes and fees included. Since the policy is brokered, they added the taxes and fees to the policy, and that was the difference, which we questioned. That's what they had.
We don't know what we expended this year yet, do we? On, insurance then.
Did you read
Because-
that?
The additional.
We had, in 22, it's 165. Hey,
And we are.
normally we pay those premiums anyway, twice a year, don't we?
That additional appropriation for insurance, I don't have on September's, so it must not be going till, I did it in August.
Is it 5,100 just for liability or both? Or,
How'd we come to the amount 147 last year? Because we just carried that
I
over.
don't have that additional, so it's gotta be on October. I don't have it on September's.
Maybe I'll
We haven't done the additional yet.
take some things out, and maybe I will cut
Do you
that.
remember how much it
liability
was?
Insurance.
Between 135 and 200.
I would think it would go down.
It's a
208, wasn't it?
guesstimate, basically.
No, because we had that highway, because the highway did it and all that.
Hard to tell, because
I said, go ahead.
we had 147, 2023, but we haven't got any expenditures on it yet.
We're paying it this it's set to pay, because our renewal is August first.
So it's one time a year.
One time a year. Pull that bill up.
Okay, that's one time a year.
But it looks like they expended 165, so they went over last year too. But they were under in workers'
Yeah.
comp.
Yeah, they were under in 21, yeah. But if we're getting things out, you know,
So you wanna leave those where they're at?
They need to at least stay where they're at. I was gonna see if she, because we've got, huh?
Yeah, I say keep them where they're at and then we'll deal with that later.
Okay,
you
So
got
that's-
the expenditures that,
Leaving workers' comp,
liability and workers' comp remain as they are at 147 and 45.
365.
William Tell Senior Citizen is 7,000 plus 2. Cause that's what they actually asked, right?
It's 5,000 plus 2.
Yeah, we gave them 5,000 last year.
County car expenses, 500.
What is that? That's that white collar and the.
Oh, did you wanna leave the
That's what,
William Tell Senior at 5, or do we wanna increase them by 2? Or do you wanna increase them by 1?
Can we leave them at 7 and revisit it?
Well, I guess you can.
Where's this at?
Senior citizens?
William Tell.
Yeah.
Okay, you wanna leave it at 7 for
They
now?
used it all.
Yeah, let's leave it there. Come,
The other one use it all, cause we paid it out.
spend whatever you get.
Yeah, county car expenses, 500.
Doesn't look like we've used any this year.
What's
Or
that for?
as of June.
like county cars?
I know,
Oil
but
changes and stuff. Is that what
why
it is?
wouldn't we,
I don't know if Greg's just done it out with his parks and recs vehicles. I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
done it, we've used it before though.
Yeah.
Yeah, 22 is 1,500 spent.
And 21 is 5,600.
We probably need a maintenance
Yeah.
schedule.
I know he
Rotation
keeps it.
schedule.
He
Oh, he
does,
does have
yeah, he
that.
does all that.
so we're gonna leave it at 500?
It worked last year, didn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. This is something that's in question, animal welfare and ride solutions are 0. Oh, you said they didn't submit anything.
I just personally think with the whole new board, besides one member, that they maybe didn't know. But I realized it was in the newspaper. And I feel the same way with Ride Solutions. I don't know why they wouldn't.
That's your all's
President of
discretion, but I
the,
think that sending personal invites to private sectors is showing favoritism. So I think you need to leave it open.
Well, animal
To-
welfare is not. That's a county appointed committee.
Who's the president of that?
You know, that's a little different. I think.
Right.
Yeah.
Who's the president, you know?
It was Julie Gibson. I don't know who this is. I think Adam Fisher.
Thing is, in 2023, on the animal, you know, they only expended $100, so I don't,
Well,
know,
but
is it different this time? or-
Yeah, they've got a different crew
It's
got a
now
whole
that's,
different board
that's
that's trying-
going to go to schools and
Yeah.
one thing and another, but I don't know how much we would,
Actually, the old board was doing that.
the
And they
older
were using
board
the
was, but
Herman Landers,
then there was a kind of a
new,
couple years in there they didn't.
I think with the animal shelter getting going and education on
Instead of
spay and
5,
neuter and those type things in the schools is probably really important. I don't wanna say what the board's
instead of
gonna do.
5,
I'm not charging them.
Cause they used to spend. over
But if I
4,000,
had to
they
guess,
dropped down
it's
to
because they didn't know
$100.
they had to request. And that is a county committee. That's not a private sector thing. So I think we should add that back. But,
What do you want,
Okay.
cut it?
and if they
By
don't use it, it
3,000
looks like if they're not
instead of
using it, it's not like they're coming and saying, just give it to me
Yeah.
anyway.
How about
So-
we just leave it alone and just mark it, we come back after we get our cuts in.
We haven't made any. We've cut 850.
Okay, we can just move it back in?
Yeah.
We can always come back and add it in.
Yeah.
Mm,
So is that a plus 5,000?
I think so.
For which one? Are we adding 5,000?
I wouldn't.
No, he said
Just leave it at 0?
I would personally,
Zero
but-
until now,
Okay.
until we get to see how much money we got at the bottom. I mean, you know,
Okay.
I want to give them some money because I think it's a good group that's working hard now. We don't have the money.
dispatch services, or we did Ride Solutions. Or what did we do there? Left that
No.
at zero?
No, that is private sector.
I think Ride Solutions would be, you know,
I wish we knew
Once
if we
again, we come
personally
back and
reached out to
visit.
them before and just didn't this year. I don't know. You have no idea really, if what they did last year.
Yeah, they've spent 6,000 every
I mean,
year.
if it's a reoccurring thing that, you know,
they showed up last year to the meeting. They
yeah, I know, but I
presented
guess my question is, did they get a notification to show up? And then this year they just didn't and they won't understand why. I don't know. I'm not saying that's wrong. I'm not saying you need to do it.
Mhm.
I'm saying, is that fair to them?
Actually-
If they actually did get a
Actually, if
notification.
they've been coming every year for
They
15
should
years,
know.
they should have came back on their own, to be honest.
Yeah, they
I'm not
did.
saying they,
It should have been a holler.
Unless they had a whole new
Meeting
board like
was and
animal
stuff.
welfare, and had no
but
idea.
yeah, but they changed.
What's operate on this?
Over here.
Right down here, I think. What's that link to go? Is that about the same thing?
I think they kind of partner. That's
No, they just-
absurd.
Is that they give seniors or
I know,
whatever
I do
rides
recall
to
last
wherever they
year
wanna go, right?
in saying that, well, if you don't fund this, then, or if you don't, we may just not do this anymore, or something
I
like
can
that.
remember also last year having a discussion of, we're taking, wouldn't we be better, maybe better off of taking and having a large sum and give it to one organization rather than throwing out a few dollars to each.
A lot of people thought we were duplicating services.
Currently, when we kind of were.
Yeah, yeah,
Council of Aging,
yeah.
who else was doing it?
That
Ride
is
Solutions.
duplication, yeah.
Link
I guess-
to go, where-
Lincoln Go,
What is it?
Who?
Lincoln Go.
Who's
I
that?
think it's CERT. I
I've heard
thought,
about that. I'm not sure.
That might be
Check.
works out of the service. But I think if they haven't asked, but once again, I think we ought to leave it zero and, but keep in mind that we can come back and give them something.
Yeah.
Maybe reach out to both them organizations and see if they want anything,
I
not
see.
promising them anything.
For now, leave the resolution zero.
We can leave it there. Some tells me we're not gonna have it.
I agree. I think if you leave it, it's not. much
Leave it
here.
at zero then?
Dispatch services, 35,000. I think we need to leave that there.
That budget.
I don't know. I thought it was CERT, but I might be wrong.
4-H building, operation maintenance,
What's that? Okay.
they asked for 5,000 more than we gave them last year.
And said he'd be happy with whatever he got.
Yeah,
We want to update the lighting and stuff.
well, their lighting got updated by Tell City Electric,
Mhm.
so they've got that done. They're wanting to continue with their sound system
I think they said like phase 2 or something, or
and do some more rewiring of the barns and
You wanna
stuff.
put it at 10?
10, I think, went back
Well, if
last
you're-
year.
I mean, what's the justification to William Tell Center to give an extra 2? I don't know. I mean, I'm just asking.
I don't know that either.
I mean,
I wonder about William Tell too, because they don't even pay their electricity.
Well, one thing now that you mentioned that, I would almost rather see the two go to 4-H rather than, because, William Tell has a brand new building.
Yes, and they have little
You know,
expenses.
The 4-H is in heck of shape. I mean, and it's a wonder barns don't burn down. Their wiring is in that
Yeah.
bad shape. It seriously is. Tom's had me up there a time or two to look at stuff. And
So you want
either all or nothing.
You want to leave.
revisit William Tell, leave it at 5,000?
well, I just think if you're gonna give
15,000.
2 there, I need to know what the justification for that is versus this private sector. You know what I mean? If you're gonna do 2, do you do 2 again, or do you just don't do any, or do you pick and choose?
Or maybe do 2 for 4-H, and like I say, since senior citizen got a new
It's
building.
still less than just the 4-H ask if you do that.
I think we take senior back to 5 and leave them.
And why do you say 5 and then say 7?
Because that's what they actually had
Yeah.
asked for, and it didn't get into.
Yeah,
the-
it should be
okay.
7 in there,
Okay,
like
understand.
4-H is 15.
Yeah.
And if
I
you do
see.
2, you're doing the full ask,
So 2 for 4-H.
and you're not doing the full ask for the other.
What's that?
And we can blame it on Chris.
I'm okay with 4-H myself.
Is it the 15,000?
Sorry, guys. I kicked the-
Can I make a suggestion or a comment? You guys are basically just going through and rewriting everything that they've written, and then we're gonna have to go through again. we've literally cut $850. So
This
you
thing,
guys
that-
are literally
this
just
thing that we're
going
gonna
through
come
and
back, it's
propose.
not working.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to, it's 11 o'clock. If you guys want to do this for 3 days, we can keep going. But you guys are basically just saying, oh, well, let's just leave it. Well, then you're gonna add a whole nother round because you're literally writing, we're writing exactly what's already written.
Yeah, I have to
technically not
agree.
cutting
If you say,
anything.
come back, you're
Yeah,
either not gonna come back.
You're not
or
making
you're-
any headway.
Okay.
So I really think we need to go ahead and make some executive decisions on here and make some headway.
Yeah, either
I
we're
agree
doing it
with,
or we're
I
not.
agree with that.
Although I do think there'll probably need to be a second.
I would
round.
maybe take everything to what we gave last year, and if we end up having extra, then we can come back and add more, but like I said, have some justification behind your numbers.
Okay, we're
That's
going,
what I'm looking for.
we're going back to William Tell, it's 5,000.
Okay.
We're leaving animal welfare and education and right solutions at 0.
I'd like to see 5,000 in animal welfare, but it's apparent if they don't use it, they don't transfer it. I mean, they've only used 100 this year. Perhaps they don't need it, but I do know from watching their meetings online and going to those things, they do intend to start up some programs. I think it's right or wrong, they didn't know that they
They're
were
just
supposed to
kinda
do,
getting
that they
Well,
were
I'm
supposed
thinking
to.
cut it in half to 2,500 instead of 5. We don't know, because they only used 100 so far.
Well, it
Well, they
depends on,
didn't do
it depends
anything.
on what they do.
I mean,
Yeah.
I think that was posted.
Like one year they brought in this person who, did a class on neutering and
That's
and
true.
all this, and they went to all the high schools, and I know that costs probably more than 5,000. So if they do something like that, it's gonna cost every bit of 5,000,
Okay,
if they do something like that.
okay.
So we'll put them at 5,000,
Yeah, that's good.
So we're adding 5,000 now,
The
So
animal
you're-
welfare.
back in the
Yes.
hole.
and we're gonna leave right solutions at 0.
Yep.
Dispatch services, 35,000,
That's not the payment to the hospital.
yes, it is.
Yes,
It is,
that is
okay.
that's the
We
hospital,
have to do that
Hospital's
there.
payment, okay.
hospital's
That's,
payment.
That's what I wanted to
payment
make
for
sure.
the ambulance
Yeah.
service,
Ambulance
Yes.
service.
I just want to make sure that's what that was.
reimbursement to the hospital.
Well, actually, we're not reimbursing them, we're paying it direct.
Paying for them,
So
yeah.
technically,
Before they
we're
pay,
paying more
then we
than
reimburse.
250.
Okay, that's what I said.
4-H building
Take that.
operation maintenance
Well, I mean,
is now 15,000, up from 5 from last year. Do we wanna leave it there? Do we wanna get
I'm okay with
after
that.
that? Or
Yes,
you
leave
want-
it there.
You wanna leave it there? All right,
I'm personally okay.
4-H premium expenses, 10,000, leave it.
Yep.
Ambulance service, we're gonna decrease that by, I'm thinking, we need to bring it back down to 215. Like,
Let's go.
I don't look at the request.
the request for ambulance services is 406.05, I think.
I know, but I wanted to look at what they, well.
But we got
My
some-
question about that is, after the fact, after I've had time to think about it, if the I'm gonna get this wrong, Medicare or Medicaid, if that reimbursement is going up from $1.75 to $7 for travel, is that per mile?
per mile.
If that's happening, where's that huge increase in transfer? I mean, that should be a significant increase in revenue.
You know, that happened last year because,
It happened in July this year, right?
well, last year, the court request at first was 512,000. And then there was some sort of change in their mileage reimbursement, so they brought it back down to 300-some thousand, the request. But we'd already done our budget, we had in there 500 and something. This year, they only had it in there 400-something for ambulance services. Last year, they
I
had
know, but last
500.
year they didn't have from $1.75 to $7. That's significant.
Yeah, but they
We
got
have quite a bit.
big-time pay increases too.
I mean, it's still significant.
Oh, I agree. It's a great deal.
I want to do whatever we gotta do to make sure at all times we have at minimum 2 ambulances on the road. And if that means we have to sub it out to somebody else to make sure we have 2 at all times, I'm okay with that too. I don't want to have to do that, but something has to happen, whether, if it is crucial that we have a little bit more funding to make that happen, then that needs to be a priority, but is it that full amount? How do we know?
Okay, last year, what did you say the gas did?
It was $1.70.
I thought it was $1.70.
$7 this year, what he said at the meeting.
$1.75, somewhere in there to $7, up to $7 for travel, which is, I assume, transfers. That's what I took it as.
It said, last year they said the original budget call or $7,000 per gallon, $7 per gallon based on direction gas prices were going. And since fuel costs were coming down, we are budgeting the fuel at $4 per gallon. So you saying the same thing?
No,
I'm saying reimbursements. I'm talking about,
but she's talking about billing
Per mile.
that we take in. It's talking about income.
for
This
every
here's talking
transfer
about
per mile,
expenditure.
Okay.
per person. It's going from, if I understood it correctly, $1.75
Oh,
to
you're talking about
$7. That's a
See, they
significant,
charge
there's a lot of
mileage.
transfers.
They charge mileage on everything, anytime they transport a patient. They charge mileage even for in town from your house to the hospital. As long.
But that was Medicaid reimbursement they were
Right.
talking about.
Yeah, it was
Correct.
just one.
Yeah.
It was, but we have a lot of that.
Well, hell
A
yeah.
significant amount of that in Perry County. You know,
And that's probably just on advanced runs though too. It's not on every run, it's just an advanced run.
so I wish I knew.
And you know, if it's a basic run, it's probably, you know, I don't know what the mileage reimbursement is on that.
It looks like their salaries, they're increasing from this year, $895 to $1,012,000. So I don't know if that's to get up to full staff, or if that's hazard pay, or critical pay, or not full staff. This is tough.
So what do you want to do there then?
I say leave it like it is.
The 400?
No, the book
Leave it
for
at
the ambulance is
215.
215 on here.
We changed that though to 400.
They're showing their loss at 406.5. So last year, if I'm looking at this right,
And they doubled it, they doubled.
their loss was 299, they said. So 215 was what we give. It would be a lot more of a loss if it's truly 400,605 and we only give 215. That's a huge gap.
It is a huge gap. That's a huge increase.
So you wanting to increase it or put it closer to the 400?
I mean, you just need to remember, we're needing to cut. We're not needing to add. I don't know where you're gonna cut
Yeah.
anything
Yeah,
at
we-
this rate.
We need to cut 680,000 out of max levy right now.
This county cannot afford to pay $800,000.
No. And the ambulance service is requesting 4,000, your budget 215. You get 215 for.
Well, here's my other frustration. We have a contract from 2014 that needs to be relooked at. And I think, I have it here, I think if I'm reading it correctly, which maybe I'm not, because I'm not a lawyer, it pretty much says we're supposed to have 2 ambulances on the road at all times, and we're not getting it.
Yeah.
So,
So you want to give more for that?
no,
Currently, you
No,
guys
she
have
wants to-
added 2150.
that's not what I'm saying.
You want?
Currently,
wants
right
them
now,
to
we've
follow
added
their
2150 to the budget.
Yeah, I want a new
Cut any.
contract.
Yeah, that's what I'm just saying, we need
No,
to cut.
2,150.
But we're just on the first, I mean, this is really the first one we're looking at.
Yeah.
But this is a big one where
This
you
is a
can
big
cut.
one where you can.
This is where you got room to cut. I feel
We
like.
should be looking at all of them, like the same, not, well, this one can be cut more. Well, I guess the
No, you
EMS,
can't. Look at it,
Well, I
I
mean-
think the same. Can you?
line by line, I mean, what's,
We can't cut everything in equal percentages and bring everyone.
Well, no,
It's
no,
done.
I don't suggest that.
Well, say what?
On the ambulance services, isn't there some areas where we could draw money to offset that 400,000 besides this general, under?
I mean, lit public safety,
Public safety, but you
but
got cut
we've gotta cut a lot more from there.
800,000.
Yeah, let's public safety doesn't, which, like I said, there's things that are budgeted in multiple locations, so if we're able to pay it out of different things, it won't come out of lit.
But it's not huge amounts. I
No.
don't think they're budgeting different locations.
No.
So do we want to take the ambulance service to the 250 like last year?
That's what I said. I mean, we could,
Well, it's heading in the right direction.
I mean,
And then if we,
You can't double it.
if we end up somehow cutting more, then we can always come back to that.
Give them a little more.
Okay.
I love giving them a little more, but
215?
I say. Indirect cost recovery, 3,000.
That's Dossett. We had to do an additional appropriation for this. They do we're actually working with them right now on the 2022 and 2020. This year for 2021, we got over 35,000 back, and they charged us 3,000. So it's definitely a win. So the last year we had only budgeted 15, or for this year we had only budgeted 15, but it came in at 3,000. So
Okay,
so that one needs to stay the same.
NACO dues of 450. I assume we want that.
Yeah.
Publications, 3,000. I don't know what that is.
Then in the paper.
Publications, yeah.
Care of patients in institutions, 312,000.
Is that juvenile?
26,000, average 26,000 a month.
Including the juvenile.
What has happened there? Because in the past, we weren't near that.
I think it's the juvenile.
Situation. What?
Juveniles being there.
I mean, it's-
We got paid to have a house somewhere else.
Can you?
Oh, yeah.
We
Oh,
have-
I thought you said you could get somewhere else cheaper. or
No,
something.
we got paid to have a house. We don't have, we have a facility
I
in the
think
house.
that's the big difference.
The numbers is what, the numbers right now that we've had.
And there's no
Just
way
a
of
different-
knowing. I
You
don't know
can't
what's
just
gonna
put
be
me
day
in
and age.
jail.
I mean, we have no way of knowing if that's gonna be done by this, end of this year, next month, 6 months, next, all of next year.
And
I think
hopefully maybe it
sometimes
won't
those
come in
cases
and we'll
are
have,
More complicated, because they're juvenile.
Leave it that way, and hopefully that
yes.
are doing all straight out.
I would like to do that.
That's wishful
Worst
thinking.
case, we don't use it all and we have extra.
Contract council on aging, 40,000, that's, the request is up 10,000 from what they requested last year.
It's got 10 there if we drop it.
Drop it back down to 30.
I'm on this board, so I just can stay out of the conversation.
We gotta make some cuts. That's
Yeah.
our big-
Let's take it back to 30.
yeah, I'd say take it back to 30.
Guys doing good?
They also provide rides, like ride solicitors.
Yeah, I think they got like 6 or 7 vehicles, they
It's a
said,
wonderful, big percentage of the elderly.
and they're in a new
Medicare
building now too,
ages.
so they won't have any as much over.
Employee consultation, 400. Or 500. I'm working on 400.
What's that for?
Haven't used any yet this year, but I know last year you used 1,050 though. I have no clue.
You have no clue what it's for?
Mm-mm. Haven't used any this year.
Employee,
Can we take it out?
is that something
Sure.
maybe with some sort of
You want to take it out?
an issue with an employee or something that we had attorney fees or something, or
I'd say take it out, and if we
Yeah.
have to later, we
I
can
mean,
get court
just take it
attorney
back.
fees.
500, that's gonna really help us.
Well, I mean, it's in there, we don't even know what it's for.
You know,
You guys are almost up to 200.
Dollars?
200,000. You cut 193,955.
193,955.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot about it.
Okay. Now in the past, at this point, then we would vote on this.
Yep, you would vote on each location.
But then it doesn't mean that we can't come back to it and then make changes and vote
Motion to
again.
Change it back in.
Yep.
I make a motion that.
What was the grand total?
Hold on. Are you doing that?
The big one, maybe I'll revisit today.
I'm very concerned, but I don't know.
We gotta get somewhere, some numbers to match.
We did get the longevity out, didn't we?
On this one, we did.
Yeah.
See if you come up with the same as that.
105,952.
That's what we got.
What was that figures?
105,920.
What was your very last number? 1,0.
Okay, that wasn't the total then.
No, that's just the total for that,
Yeah.
the three
That's
thousand
just for that.
category.
That's up at the top. That's not that.
But what was, we're voting on the grand total.
So that's, what'd you get for that one?
Down at the bottom here. Let me get her thing. Hold on.
2163, 252.
Sure it was.
Scroll up.
Auto sign. Okay, so.
Yeah, I wanna revisit things.
G40
Go through it again because
plus.
that has to, something has to be in there.
So we're at 197, 5, 6,
Well, you're
47.
still. You need to copy all that other than the longevity over, because we gotta get a total there. Sorry.
No, you're fine.
So we'll probably have to get out
So
of
for the
that.
total at the top for the 1,000 was 1,103,732.
Oh, we're looking way back.
1,103,000,
732.
and that's taking out the 850,
Yes, keeping
keeping everything else in.
yes.
At the tentative total.
And then I have a grand total
Okay,
of 216,3252. 163,252.
At the very end.
How is it that much? What did you say the second total,
The first,
the 38, 3,000, or,
the 3,000s category
yeah, what did that total?
was 1,059,520.
So then aren't you just adding 1,000,000,
103,732.
and that comes to what?
2,163,252, it sure the heck does.
Okay. I thought it'd be a lot, I thought it'd be
Okay,
less
so
than,
this actually would be,
It's because we increased it already.
yeah, this number right here.
yeah.
2,357,000.
I think we could come back to that care of patients, 'cause that's for the whole year, we're assuming it's gonna be 26,000 a month. I think maybe we should try maybe 8 months of it, or something like, if we have to come back,
We're paying, there's been months we've had to pay more than that,
yeah.
so we better leave it alone.
Well, she just
Yeah,
averaged it out.
Yeah,
You know, I'd love to be able to
start.
Yep, and all the numbers match up here. If you take the difference of 2,357,707 to 2,163,252, is it, you guys cut 193,955.
Okay, well, I would entertain a motion to approve this commissioner's budget.
I'll make a motion.
Motion by Keith, second by Paul. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
I want to, we can revisit it.
Yeah, we'll come back and revisit.
And we'll do the spreadsheets later.
At least that, at least the EMS part.
On that thing.
No, the thing we wouldn't want.
One work, okay, so you're actually on
The
that.
whole thing.
Add that to it, if you got to
Yeah.
add that.
Who made the motion, sorry?
Keith and second Paul. Well, we got one down.
You go back to the clerk
Are you going
now?
back to the clerk now, or what do you want to do?
I guess so. I looked at animal shelter, that could pretty easy though.
Yeah, I mean, we can do some of those. We can do some of those easier ones.
That's all right.
Save all your hard work for later.
We'll go back to the clerk.
Go back to the clerk.
This is an easy one to cut.
Okay.
Okay, now, were we talking about leaving salaries alone? Or what were we talking about? Or do you want to take them back?
I think you need to leave salaries to the last. I think it's gonna be too much work to try and figure it now. Go ahead and do everything else and then see where you're at and then come back and do salaries.
What about we would take the longevities
Well,
out,
take that out.
but
Yeah.
not take the time to figure,
We just did it with the commissioners, but we didn't take the,
yeah, just take the, like in this case, just take the 700 out.
Well, the longevity is something new, and I think we need to vote on it as a council. Well,
I think we-
instead of individual, you know, it's a new program. I think we need to have a recorded vote.
We can after we approve it. We haven't approved it even yet. So if we don't approve it for next year's budget, there's no sense in saying that we're gonna have a longevity.
If we vote on it, we can automatically take it out of, if we don't approve it, we can take it out of every one of them.
All right, you guys, why don't you guys go ahead and do your guys' budget? I think we can get your guys' budget done before noon.
Okay,
Well, page 12.
okay, county council. Elected officials, salaries of 33,481. That's no change from last year. Auditor pay for secretary for council, that's 2,000. That's kind of a new item we have in
It's
there.
really no different than last year, though. It's just moving it from
Right.
one to the other.
It was in the commissioner's budget last year, where was that?
No, it's all under auditor.
Oh, it was all in auditor. That's right.
Was
So-
that from last year? I mean, that was
Basically,
approved
last year, they gave the auditors a higher raise and it all came out of there. So the auditor's pay last year was at 48 and all of the other legislative elected officials were at 44,500. And I think there's a better way to do it. Both the clerk and the assessor and receive additional pay for additional work that they get, so they get more money on top of that 44.5 that are basically required from the state. This is conversation that's going on right now at the state level to where it's gonna be kind of like mandated, like it is for them, for that, and they're getting ready, they're talking about setting based on your population and all that, the amount that you would get. So this is kind of, we're ahead of the ball game, getting this set up this way. I think this way, I did meet with a lot of legislation, elected officials that are here behind me, plus Amanda, and we talked about it. I think this is just an easier way to understand, not just, oh, the auditor gets this much more money. It's kind of understood, but we can wait and do that when we do wages. So I would wait on that till you do wages. So that would be a cut of 2,000, I
I
guess.
agree for now.
Mhm. So
You're cutting it now?
cutting it now till we do wages. Because you would keep the 48 staying, I mean, if you keep it,
Right.
you see what I'm saying? If you
Yeah.
keep it, you're gonna keep,
And your social security retirement and long,
strike the 800 for longevity.
we'll cut the longevity.
Again, I'm not sure that we have to do the retirement, and if we don't, I would say that we don't need it.
Okay, we can come back to that then.
I have a note to ask Lori.
So are you gonna refigure the social security real quick? Is that what you're doing? No, okay, I can do that.
You want me to do that?
Nope, I can do
I mean,
that.
I'm just one person, I'm just.
I'm actually not
We
even
didn't do
going,
that on commission.
I'm not gonna do that. We'll just leave it the same.
Removing longevity.
I was talking about retirement. If we don't have to pay into that perf like we thought we had to pay in for certain positions like council commissioners, coroner surveyor, then why do it? Because you won't get it back unless you're there 10 years. And I have no intentions of doing this for 10
What,
years.
it takes 10 years to
I
take advantage.
I don't
of
think
that
we should
anyway,
incentivize
right?
that, long
If
term
you're,
So
elected officials.
Use that money somewhere else.
I agree.
There.
Yeah,
Are
I
you
do
just typing
want
them
to.
in or doing the subs? Sums?
We don't need it.
You did the sum? Okay, perfect.
No,
So what is it, 40,000?
I don't want to incentivize people to sit
Yep.
for 10 plus years. I mean, if you want to, that's different, but.
Okay, so your top total is 40,170, taking the longevity out and the 2,000. I feel like you guys can go ahead and cut this 100 out because, pretty much all that's done out of our office. I mean, office supplies, I don't think you guys are.
I've got no fun.
Yeah, what is that?
To remove that too.
The consulting service, do we want to move that to?
That we already did.
Okay. Right.
We've already taken that out, so we can't consider that. I
You
already
just cross it out.
just crossed it out yet.
It's not
Yeah,
out,
the
it's not out
office
of the total.
supplies.
What?
It's not out of the total.
I know, but we had already done it out at the beginning, so yeah.
Attorney,
I-
what?
I'd get rid of that $100 office supplies. I
We
don't know.
already did,
I'll-
yeah.
She
Okay.
did.
Well,
Just saying.
question on that.
I had already taken
What
it
does that
out.
mean?
It's in her budget, she said.
What?
The office.
For what,
supply,
like
the
when we need
$100.
copies? Is that what that was?
I mean, you don't go
She's got it
to,
in
yeah,
her budget.
it's out of my
We don't have a
budget.
copy machine in that office.
There's no off, I mean,
Okay.
You, if you close it out and God forbid you should need it, then you gotta reestablish that account, correct?
We'll just put
No.
zero.
no, you can just put 0 in it.
Okay.
For right now, the account, you can still
For
leave
some reason,
it.
I'm thinking in the past, we had that happen, we let $10 in it for the simple fact that God forbid down the road you did need it. You just transfer money to that account.
Hmm.
Rather
I'm
than
not
close,
sure
rather
about
close it out.
So
Then
just
you
leave
gotta go, gotta
$10.
jump through some hoops or whatever to reestablish it.
No, we don't have.
I don't think we have to.
Okay, then we'll hold it out.
Okay, attorney, 5460, there's no change there. Or is there?
Do we pay him once a year too? Because he doesn't.
No,
use them.
monthly.
Well, it says 0.
Don't we
We
pay
haven't paid
monthly?
him yet.
We haven't paid him anything yet.
Really?
We need to establish that 45-day rule
I
maybe.
thought you got paid
Yeah.
monthly.
Yeah, nervous.
Yeah, he hadn't done a whole
I
lot
think
for it.
he just sent us an invoice.
I
Last
just asked
month.
him a couple of questions on email.
I think we got the first one last month,
Like for
this,
2,000.
yeah.
I reached out to him one time and he never did respond to me.
I like the 45-day rule. You got to tell.
he charges for what time he spends on us,
Yeah,
like a retainer or whatever.
yeah, we just literally got the first bill this month.
For how much?
I'm looking real quick.
That was like 2,100.
So if we
Oh,
don't,
okay,
if
so
we
you
don't
cut
use
it
it, we don't pay the
yourself
full
or-
amount?
No, we don't.
Isn't he like Roadrunner or something like
Yeah,
We're
that?
just setting aside money in case we need it.
We
No,
budgeted- we
uh,
budgeted-
Kind of a random amount.
we budgeted
He's
about
Rod
to pay it, and
Arqueado.
then we paid for it.
I thought maybe he had a contract that, you know,
He
like our,
does.
okay, well then we
I
have to
thought he
pay.
got paid, I thought he got paid a salary.
So we have to pay him that whole salary.
They sign a contract every year.
I know, but I know we just had a bill
Just for that
from him this
amount.
week.
And I thought they were
I
paying
think
him.
it's road.
It hasn't been paid.
I just noticed it.
Yeah.
That's stuff they wrote you a check once
Here
a
it
year.
is, S. Arqueado Road.
We've got some.
That's probably some additional he's billing for.
I don't know why he's
Been
invoicing
talking
us
to him.
if we,
No, there is a clause in there if it's over and beyond that, there's a different fee. But he's never done that.
I know, I said that.
I know I've asked him a couple questions on email and he's
You can send
researched
that real
things.
quick to me.
He's
Yeah.
researched things for me. Can give him me.
I've used him like twice, I think, just recently.
I even called him once. I had to call.
I mean, if you reach out to him, he'll.
No, didn't you just get one from Rod Arqueado too?
I have not.
I mean,
seen
I'm okay with it, that we have to have one.
You know,
That was one of those things I was thinking maybe we could just pay as we use it, you know, set a fee of whatever it is,
It's an hour.
$100 or $200 an hour, and then as we use it, then
Sad part about it is tracking one down that would take
Find someone who
place.
would do that.
Yeah, we almost gotta have somebody on retainer, so to speak.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know if he would be interested in negotiating a contract where we paid him a lesser amount and then pay him by the hour. And when we call him,
that's for the convenience of the council or,
Yeah,
or
I'm thinking about
commissioner to be able to call them.
like any business,
Yeah.
lawyer available, you know. But
Yeah.
had debate if you want to renegotiate the contract with him, or we're good, I guess. Everybody thinks that's what we ought to do.
I'm okay with
It's actually, it's actually fairly cheap, I think.
it is.
Yeah, so if we go renegotiate, we end up
May
paying
end up
more.
costing us more money. It's gonna be hard to, but it's gonna be
The only thing
really
I
hard
was
to
thinking
budget.
is if they would just set a fee and say, when you need us, you can call us for this fee, and it would be, but I don't know.
Okay, travel,
So what are we leaving that at, 545?
travel 1,500. That's probably,
I think it's more,
what do we use on that?
Well,
Well, we're, get- I mean,
I mean,
just
I think
French
you
Lick
use more than
Conference,
that.
I don't know what, people don't stay
You
there.
know, like if you're going to, travel AIC conference.
Yeah, I know what's far.
Carl
Or if
and
it's
I went to
away,
Indianapolis.
Indianapolis, if it's
Mhm.
next year, I don't know what it's gonna
If
be.
you actually had
you guys
17
have expended some out of this.
Yeah.
It just was after
after
June
the,
30th,
Carl
so
and I went.
there's not a whole lot of that left.
I was gonna say, if you had
Because we
17
had that Honeyberg that was on my credit card, and then you guys.
I think
you
the only
didn't
thing
turn
we
anything
charged,
in,
was-
yeah.
oh, we turned in with the hotel, I
Yep,
didn't charge
the hotel was
mileage or
on the
food or
credit card,
anything
that
like
was it.
that.
So, but that,
but
like that,
it's still, that's.
you take one Honeyberg, that's $65 a person.
Sure.
And then if you take a
AIC, that's
conference,
200,
like a French Lick, and you take all 7 of us.
that's
it's gonna
200.
be way
So,
more than
yeah.
this.
1,500 is not gonna
No.
go far.
So I say leave
I'm
that,
just saying.
Expended 450 is what he expended so far.
and then you're gonna spend quite a bit more of this French Lick.
Yeah, I've got French Lick on the credit card, which I haven't paid yet. So, AIC's on the credit card. So,
And then dues and subscriptions, that's probably important that we
Yeah.
pay those.
Are any of you guys a member of your council association? Because that's based on 1% of your salary. So if all 7 of you were, that would be like $338.
How much?
It's 1% of your salary, so your
Mhm.
salaries are 47.83, so $48 times
Pretty sure
7.
we are. I've got a little card.
yeah, that's AIC.
I mean, if that's something, if you're gonna be active, you really need to be a member of your association, and I know they're really trying to pick that up. So you may wanna,
We used to.
I think we are
I
members.
thought we are members.
Yeah, I
you may
think
wanna.
we are.
You're members of the
And maybe
AIC, but are you members
lower
of the
your mileage and
association
increase your
of
dues.
county council? There's two different things. So like there's AIC and there's their Association of Indiana County Councils.
AIC is Association of Indiana County.
Right.
Each office
Has
has
an
their own
office.
association.
Like we have the Auditors
Oh, the county.
And I know that
Association.
the council has really, because they had a conference and they, out of 9,000 council members, 600 showed up.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I really feel like it's something that you should entertain, being a member of your association and be active in it. Just throwing it out there, what you do with it.
So that's total of 7,100
Mm-hmm.
for a grand total of 47,270.
That's what I got.
Are you in the?
37,270. You cut 2,008.
4727.
You cut 2,900.
And we might be able to cut that. for-
Since you got that, like, we're gonna have you do what they're doing the rest of the time.
What do we, willing to be tied to them out there.
Where do you wanna go next?
I want to go to that.
Animal shelter.
We're gonna take another easy
You
one.
want to do the animal shelter?
Yeah.
Oh, we gotta make a motion on this.
Oh, yeah.
Have a motion and we'll vote.
Oh,
I like to revisit it about the first, we'll find out when Wagner Shield, or when we don't need it, because that's another 3,000.
make notes of all these that we need to revisit.
Let's do that.
Because I would revisit the commissioners with that too.
Right.
If this is 3,900 and those are 4,000 something, you know.
Okay, so that's 2,900. Okay, so 193,955, 2,900.
This thing, we got that.
483,870 to go.
Getting close.
Getting close. Motion?
Motion by
So moved.
Paul,
Second.
second by Gail.
Yeah, let Gail have it.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0. But, we do want to go back and revisit the comment.
You can get any of them.
We'll go back
I want to make notes of that.
and revisit all of them. So you want to do animal shelter,
Page 16.
page 16, the animal shelter. Contract, 45,000, or 35,000.
Yep. I say we do.
Grand total of 35,000.
She didn't ask for an increase.
Well, no change. I need a motion.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Motion by Keith, second by Stan. All those in favor of the animal shelter contract at 35,000, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0. Where are you going?
Planning and zoning. We're gonna break for lunch in 10 minutes.
Yeah. It was good of you.
Planning and zoning?
I want to give you guys a little bit of information. Junie has turned in his retirement notice. I don't know what the commissioner's plans, with the planning and zoning. I don't really know. Haven't really looked. I'm taking it to the commissioners meeting tonight. I know that, here Keith leaves on this. We'll talk about this while Keith's gone. Kevin Herb has shown an interest in, kind of wearing a second hat with this duty. I commend him for that. I think, this is something that it would be nice to have somebody there daily. It's not a full-time job, but yet kind of having someone that's just ready, available, and he feels that he has the time between, his veteran services and that. And so basically this would just be, I do feel that, Kevin will probably need to go to some training.
What did you say?
What?
I thought you said they're both part-time.
Both part-time.
No, they're not.
No,
No.
no, planning and zoning's
Veteran
part-time, but
services.
Kevin's already full-time. So this would just be an added
Used to
duty.
be.
My problem with that is he's not in the office every day. And I would like it to be something where people can
He
come
is the
in.
majority of time. He's in the office most of the
Oh, I
time.
thought there was like 2 days a week that he's not there because he's on that. Okay.
He's really there more than Junie is, and he only
Yeah.
works till 12 o'clock or 11 o'clock,
Yeah.
and
So
Kevin
is this
has
something we
time.
have to let the commissioners figure out? Or is that
Yes, but
our?
I would set, what I was going to say is Junie had filled this out for a $14,000 raise. So I would more so look at this, maybe not making any changes on,
14,000.
or
4,000.
4,000, sorry, upping it up to 14,000. I think you're comfortable,
I say
Is
keep
this-
it as it is.
I have a question,
Mhm.
and this probably isn't for us, but I'm curious if this is something more suited for the assessor's recorder's office, since planning and zoning and taking on some duties and.
Realistically, I wouldn't mind, but my only hesitation is that my office is not constitutional and I am not allowed to collect or handle any money. So if he's collecting a fee, I don't think that I can absorb that in my office.
Would it be something that, is the fee paid to the auditor's office, or they actually
I
pay
mean,
He
him?
turns it into the
if somebody else
treasurer, so
collected
technically
fee,
the
I
treasurer
could do
could.
it. But that.
I'm
we
just
can't
curious
collect a
if-
fee.
I just feel like it's more in that,
And I don't disagree with
I see
Gary.
what you're saying.
I feel
I
like
see
it's
what
more in
you're
the recorder, assessor, planning and zoning, knowing what permits are, that kind of thing, down that hallway, down that way. Nothing against Kevin, I'm just
Mhm.
saying,
And
if we can, if you're able to take on more duties for, you know, and look at it, I don't know.
Well,
I'm just
I-
thinking
I
in that
talked about
direction.
In Hamilton, if you get a permit, you go to the utility office. In the town of Troy, you go to the utility office.
Wanna come up?
If you're in the county, you come to the county. If you're in the city, you go to the city. So we've got 4 different entities doing permits 4 different ways. So I talked about, why can't we combine, at that time, the city of Tell City's planning and zoning was part-time. And ours got moved to part-time. Years ago, it used to be full-time. When Dan Gogol was planning and zoning director, it was full-time. So why can't we combine those two? But city of Tell City has since went full-time.
With
So-
2 part-times.
So, and ours is part-time. So I remember when it was full-time. And there's a lot of functions that the planning and zoning needs to do. The county needs them to do it. They need to have somebody in there who's up to date and willing to go to training and do education, because we are losing out on a lot of different aspects by not having a full-time planning and zoning officer. So, and I don't know constitutionally if those duties can be absorbed by somebody or some other office.
If they
I
pay
don't
the
know.
fees to the treasurer.
Pardon?
If they pay the fees to the treasurer instead of actually paying them to you.
I can't answer that.
I was just thinking, it seemed more fitting
More in line with.
with recorder's office, assessor's office, but that, I was just thinking out loud, so.
And a lot of
And
counties,
nothing
the planning
against
and
Kevin
zoning
again.
does all the mapping, does all the splits and does all of that. I know.
Well,
I
Surveyor
think
does
that's
some
one thing
too.
about it, there's no way we're gonna be able to figure it all out in the
I mean,
next couple of days with, you know, his retirement has kind of come at a,
We can see what they say tonight, I guess, when it's brought up.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't think that maybe.
I
we'll have
really
a
don't
decision
think, I mean,
If we just leave it the same and.
I think there's a lot of
Figure it out.
things that are being missed right now with planning and zoning.
absolutely.
And I think there needs to be some training with this new person or new office, whoever takes it. But technically, for someone to sit there and just do planning and zoning all day long, I don't think it's
I think maybe not full-time, but 5 days, half day. So that there's a set schedule and everybody knows.
Or if a full-time
Yeah.
office has it, and then they just have the skill set.
Because we're
That's what I'm
running
saying.
interference a lot on the days
are.
he's not there, of taking their information, giving it to Junie the next day when he's there. Stop calling and scheduling an appointment for them to come in. So we're doing a lot of interception. If we knew that they would be there 5 days a week from 8 to 12, would be better than, here's so much money and however many hours a week you can fit that in and this amount of money, that's what's gonna be. That's just my opinion.
I think we just need to move it over from last year.
Leave it alone.
Just
And then,
leave it
and then when
alone.
it's figured out, let the
Yep.
commissioner.
That's what I'm saying. I would just leave the budget the exact same as what it was last year, because I really don't feel like it's,
Leave the budget
I
at
do have a question, though.
13,000.
Commissioners will
Would the
have some
recorder
insight
assessor's
on it.
office consider something like that?
well, if we're doing the mapping, I hate to say the auditor too, but most of the mapping we do, but I really don't want anything else out of my office.
So you're talking about leaving it at the 13,546.
Maybe we'll learn more from tonight's meeting, probably not. but-
It'll be the first time they're hearing it, so
Right.
probably not.
So I gotta figure
Just leave
social
it.
security on this.
Just leave it the same, don't.
And
No-
I have
no
a
more.
question, why are some of these, I noticed in here, I noticed the rec board and stuff like
I
this
don't get
too. Why are we, I mean, why, what, I guess I'm just black and white
I
and
think
we
the
do for
alcohol
one.
board gets paid.
Why are some boards members paid and some people not paid?
We probably need to look at statutes and see if it's required, if it's not required.
Not that it's a
I don't
huge
know.
amount, but
How many board
I wondered
members
the
are
same
there?
thing.
Anybody know?
no, off the top of
It
my
says
head,
it
I can
down.
look.
You know how many board members?
I think there's like, is it 4 or 5?
You got it up?
It was $1,000, so if it's 4, that's 500.
I'm gonna figure-
apiece.
250.
Times, where's my notes for the social security? What's
Yeah.
that?
I wondered that myself, so we can
Yes.
research
I
that.
think it's either 4
Just
or
see.
5.
It might be state statute, it might not, it might be something that was set years ago that needs to be
I'm on
reviewed.
that board. Go ahead.
I haven't got a check.
Oh, yeah.
We've never had a full slate there.
Like you're on that board.
We've got a council.
Parks and Rec or?
What board are you talking
Planning and zoning,
Here's my list here.
Parks and Recs has got a
Do I need to look at
payment
that
too, that needs to be
based on the
stricken.
department head?
Supplies.
I think.
150, official records, 200.
I thought when Luke was in, we decided everybody would get $25 for a meeting. Do you remember
about? There
that?
was something.
Per
Yeah.
meeting.
That was the merit board, police or sheriff's merit board that you cut our pay.
So you're
When I was
asking
on the
about
merit
planning
board.
commission.
Sure.
Well, we cut the alcohol one too, because Randy
Is it a
said something about
statute
it.
that, we need to look at all the boards and see if it's a statute that they're getting paid
I thought it
for,
was
or
all
if it's,
the
it's just something that happened years ago, we need to relook at it, or why, you know, I
big
don't.
prayers
I
on
don't
the
know.
alcohol.
Oh, I'm not sure. I'm not
I'm not
sure they get paid.
100%.
I thought they got paid like a couple $100 a meeting.
No.
And it's statute, IC
Maybe not,
36,
maybe not.
74,
Alpha used to be on it.
3674.
Hold on a second, I wanna ask you one more time.
Out.
36 what?
36-7-4-208, established by the county. And that says 8265, I think, right?
By the county? Maybe an ordinance?
But there's 10 members on the, planning commission, and one is non-voting.
I thought there was, Judy was the non-voting member.
Nope, Mark Blackman is,
Judy
Judy's
also,
not on there.
okay, but he had to sit in on our meetings.
Yeah, seems like, yeah.
I don't think, do we put on the
Maybe.
trial? Let's see what was travel, 250.
And he had input, well,
Telephone.
they'd allow him to have input.
Yeah.
He kept minutes,
So take that longevity.
take longevity, and I think we take that board member's pay out.
But I wanna say he didn't. That 325, I think, was what was to be paid last year, that he didn't do, and he paid
What
this
did I do?
year.
I just don't know.
What do you mean,
13.
paid, who pays what?
Place and that says
325 been paid
invoice
out
or whatever saying
this year.
that, hey, we had a meeting, he didn't pay him, and so he sent that this year to have them paid.
You don't like that getting billed for last year? No.
That's what-
Again, we need to stop that. We need to figure out. and then-
Yeah.
Okay, so up at the top, part-time pay, 10,596. Social security is 811. Taking longevity out, that total comes to 12,407. Decreasing everything back to the way it was there, the 150, 200, and 0. That totals 350. Bringing that back to 1250. 50, do you guys wanna leave the 50 for travel or no? I accidentally took it out, I didn't mean to, but
Well, if it's gonna be somebody new, they're gonna need it.
well, it's gonna be more than
Go to
50
training.
bucks.
They're gonna need to go to training, they're gonna need to,
We need to actually
get out
add
and-
something in probably.
Probably
Yeah,
add something in.
nobody knows.
So where are you leaving it at, or putting it at?
Just, sorry.
So did you pull that 1,000 out for board members?
No, do you want that out? You guys didn't really vote, so I heard it.
Are we required to have, I mean,
The paid board? I don't think so.
You say there's 10 on that?
Yeah, there's a bunch.
I wouldn't see why.
To take that out.
We can take that out.
I'd rather use 1,000 for training.
So up that down there to put that,
I did not
maybe
realize
take the
that.
travel and put 1,000 down there.
I mean, I personally would rather do that, because somebody's gonna have, no matter who it is, they're gonna have to learn how to do that.
So you
Yeah, I
wanna
mean,
put-
travel could be,
And I think I think we'll get our benefit back once.
travel could be either going to
Somebody
training
knows
or
how
it
to
could
do
be
it.
even going out
You
to the
said it
county
right.
and read.
Yeah, you're right.
You know,
Mileage and.
Judy always told me that the county only was willing to pay him 45 cents a mile. That's the reason he didn't do anything.
Well, we have county vehicles too, I mean.
He don't like driving other
If
people's.
they go to training, they have motel rooms for a living.
It could.
$1,000 in your car.
It's good, better place for $1,000 than what it is paying board.
If it's not statutory.
14,120.
Travel would be $1,050.
for 2021, it was only 375
Or
anyway,
just make it
on
1,000.
the board members. So
That wash, that's taking that
we
off.
could actually cut that,
Too, they use $6.
we could actually cut the board members 500 and put 500 in travel.
Can you do that, Chris? Put travel and, or training, or?
Yeah.
Yeah, 2,500.
I'm you guys gotta recap, sorry, I didn't add, I don't know what y'all did.
Did we say 1,050 for travel?
Oh, travel.
So we're
I mean,
increasing,
what's travel? Just literally,
Training.
that was, but they
Well,
didn't even
that's
have
what-
training in here, so it didn't make any sense.
our travel's training, doesn't say training, ours is travel.
Okay.
Okay, so are we just taking the 1,000 for board members and putting it down on travel? Because that kind of makes sense, because then you're not adding anything.
1,050.
Or just
Yeah,
make it 1,000.
I mean, that
not
makes good,
1,050.
just,
I just make it
just
1,000,
make it 1,000.
I would,
just make it 1,000,
Yeah.
because then you're not really changing anything.
and we need to
Yeah,
make
you
sure
already
that that's
did
not a
something with the 50.
statutory
Where you gonna go with
requirement.
the 50
Yeah,
then?
you're
That's a
changing it.
decrease, that's a decrease. I like the decreases.
Can you make sure that
We don't have to pay the board members?
Right.
Yes. Okay, so let me,
that it's not statutory?
so let's make sure we're all on the same page. 0, 10,596, 811, 0, total in the 1,000s of 11,407. Office supply, 150, official records, 200, new zoning map, 0, total of 350.
It's official record.
And the 3,000 or 30,000 fees, drop that back down to 1,250.
What's that official records? It doesn't look like he's using that.
I don't know. That's
That'd
why
Official records.
It might be
probably
loaded up
building
on his-
permits and stuff like that.
he might load up on that at the end of the year. Replace because he uses the triplicate forms. And here's the other thing too, we get somebody new in there,
Yeah.
they might end up digitizing and actually using the computer and all that instead of these triplicate forms.
In 2022, you used $459.
So. Okay, sure.
What's the telephone?
That we just didn't take that out of there. Used to, everybody had their own line item for their telephone when we used
But
to
that
break.
needs to come out.
Yeah, so that's a
Let's
0.
save.
Okay, I have
Oh,
a
it's 0.
So what did I do wrong?
I have it for 24, it's 0.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Okay, I see it.
14,057. Is that what you have?
Yes.
14,
Oh, 57.
yeah, but why did I get 14,120? What did we change? Okay, so. There's that. There's that. There's 250. Minus 3.
we're still on it.
Now, if we're removing the pay for that board, we need to remember that for other boards that are not
Oh.
statutory.
Right.
Because I'm not for picking and choosing winners and losers. That's how I feel. If we don't have to do it, and we're not doing it for some, we need to not do it for all that we don't have to.
You know, I wonder if it really, those people on there, if they really, that really means they include it in
If they do, they can resign.
$100. You know what it would be, you get 10.
I really appreciate that we have people step up and do it, but I don't think that's what's enticing them. I wouldn't think.
I might get $100 check yet then, huh?
I got a message,
Approved it 20.
I got a message from Lucy.
We all did.
Did you?
Yeah.
Okay.
So currently, right now, you guys have cut 201,692. $479,033 left to go.
479, what is it, sorry?
$479,033. 479033.
Are we gonna do that before lunch?
I say it's 12:05. I think we break for lunch and be back here at 1 before we get to.
Yep.
That sound good?
Motion on this.
Oh, yeah, we need to
Make a
make a motion for this.
motion on this one.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second it.
Motion by Stan, second by Keith, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Do we need a motion to turn it 12, come back at 1?
I'll make a motion, we go to lunch.
Come back in the morning?
Don't make it 1. 1. Not in the morning. We'll get out of here.
Yeah, I'm not right this minute. I took it off.
All right.
This is a working session. I don't think we have to.